When my mom lived in Texas City, Texas, she worked as a hairstylist in the heart of the city. Her dream was to someday own the salon that she worked at, and this was before I was born. As much as she said that I didn't derail her career plans, I once jokingly apologized for her comparatively boring mom life, and her reaction to the comment was to start crying. Let me tell you, the few seconds of silence we shared were super uncomfortable. But don't worry, after she got her stuttering breath under control, I was like, shit, Mom, that's a fucked up way to react to my joke. She looked up at me, and I don't know if it was my place to start crying, but I couldn't help it. Everything suddenly got really heavy in the room. And then my mom explained herself, beginning with an apology, like, I'm sorry, Gia, I don't know where that came from. Then she was like, well, no, I know where it came from, but I don't know why I just had such a PTSD reaction to it. I'm really sorry, Gia, it's not about you. And then I remember that she lit a cigarette, one where she took a long inhale. She smoked inside all the time, but it looked like she really needed that drag more than the air in her lungs. It looked like she had a deer in the headlights expression while she sat with the ash falling onto the table in front of her. All of this confused the hell out of me. PTSD about what? I asked her. She says, I chose to never work in the city months before you were even a thought. And well, apparently, when my mom was in her early 20s, she would take the bus to and from work, and the salon paid for her bus pass. She spoke like it was a really enjoyable part of her job. She would usually use the time to read a book or look out the window at buildings around her. My mom never intentionally interacted with anyone. Most of the people on that route were fellow entrepreneurs simply going to work. She'd taken that same trip for over a year and a half, and then one morning on her way to work, my mom finds a seat next to a window near the back of the bus. As the bus fills up, a man gets on and walks back to sit in the seat next to my mom. Though the options were growing limited, there were still some open seats that this guy could have chosen that weren't ones right next to her. But, not being rude, she looks over at him to acknowledge his existence with a smile. It's just a normal-looking guy, skinny, peppered hair, white shirt, wearing a denim jacket. In her brief glance towards him, she sees that he's already staring at her. And he continued to stare at her after she looked away. She could see his head turned in her direction from the reflection in the window that she was leaned against. His gaze begins to make her skin crawl, and she thinks, if she turns and confronts him and he goes crazy, there's plenty of people close enough to rip this guy off of her before he could do any serious damage. That's what she thinks. So as this guy begins to scoot closer to her, she turns around, asks him to back off, to stop staring at her. Everyone else on the bus is doing their own thing. Nobody's paying attention to her and this guy. His expression didn't change. He wasn't very expressive to begin with, but my mom's request was ignored in his response. The man presses his finger to his lips like, shh, and then he slowly opens up the right side of his jacket. She hears a small metallic click, and in the layer of white wool that lined the inside of the denim jacket, my mom saw 2 grenades hidden near the sleeve. Speaking at a normal level to my mom, he casually tells her, my name's Hooper. God wants me to blow up this bus. If you scream, I pull the pins and kill us all right now. But I'm trying to wait until we're on First Street. Can you wait until First Street? Come on, lady, it's like 4 stops from now. Please. My mom is completely filled with terror. She can only nod her head in agreement. He had her trapped in the seats up against a window. She saw the people rotate on and off the bus and couldn't believe she wasn't going to do that. It was too much. And as much as she tried to enjoy the view of the outside for her final time, she started to have a panic attack that she mistakenly diagnosed as a heart attack. The shortness of breath and pounding in her chest made my mom start to think that she wouldn't make it to First Street. Thinking her heart would explode before the bus did, my mom had nothing to lose, so with the remaining strength that she had, she used it to shout for help. She stood out of her seat and grabbed the man in front of her before Hooper pulled her back down. But by that point, my mom had drawn attention that she desperately needed to draw. Hooper gets my mom's head in the palm of his hands and starts bouncing it off the glass beside her, calling her Satan's whore. A man standing in an aisle jumps up onto the guy. He pushes the man off and then spins from a sitting position to standing on his feet in the aisles. My mom knew what was going to happen next, and all she could do was watch. Hooper screams, "That's it!" And now he had everyone's attention. He reaches into his jacket, and as my mom starts screaming, he has a grenade. Hooper holds one of them out in front of him and pulls the fucking pin. Everyone on the bus dives backwards on top of each other, trying to get away from the explosive. My mom is pressing her back against a window and begins to scream. Then, after a few seconds go by, Hooper is still standing there with the grenade tightly gripped. His other hand hung frozen in mid-air with the pin in it. The grenade didn't go off. Was it a dud? Who knows? People start to realize what's going on, and my mom sees Hooper begin to scramble for the second grenade, and she screams, "He's got another one." The volume on the bus becomes a crescendo of noise as a boom erupts inside. Those who had their eyes open got to see what happened. My mom says she wishes she'd been one of those who had their eyes closed for a moment just before they opened their eyes again. That boom, it left a ringing in their ears loud enough to believe they had died. Maybe this trauma would have been easier to overcome, but instead, her eyes were wide open. My mom and a handful of others on the bus saw a man in the row adjacent to Hooper. He'd pulled out a large handgun. The bullet went through Hooper's skull, chipped the glass in the window next to my mom's. Hooper's body crumbled to the ground, and another rise and fall of emotion is heard amongst the people on board. Because the bomb or bombs didn't go off, it wasn't newsworthy after the first day. But the people on that bus, including my mom, they see reruns of that day in 4K Ultra HD. So if you ever think, did my mom act like that towards me because she doesn't love me? She might just have some PTSD over some crazy shit that you don't know about that happened to her in the 70s. I had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, "What are you doing?" And she says, curse on you," and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over, and we were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up. It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago, but a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being, and he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before. What's wrong with them?" I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with 1 shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage, so I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davian made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davian had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand. The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm going to go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned, and she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. I believe children are a little more connected to the other side when they arrive here, until the third-dimensional world we live in beats the magical thinking out of us. Why do I believe this? Well, before I had my first confirmed psychic experience at the age of 3.5, I had already had a very strange paranormal experience a few months prior to that. One that I cannot explain to this day. This was my very first introduction into the realm of the unexplained that I can recall. In the early 1960s, my mother was a bit of an anomaly. She worked in a large corporation while most other mothers stayed at home. My father worked as well. My oldest sister was in school. This forced my parents to search for childcare. My mother found a woman about 6 blocks from our house and began dropping me off there every morning. Now, I was a very loved child up until then, and I'd always felt secure and safe. But this, my first foray into the world outside my family, was a bit of a shocker. The babysitter had 2 little girls that were 2 to 4 years older than me, and they obviously really disliked my being there. They didn't get a lot of attention from their disengaged mother and resented what little attention she had been paid to give me. Within the first few weeks of being there, they would hide every one of my toys that I brought to play with and torture me endlessly. It was a hide-and-seek game with my toy of the day that I had brought. I could never win because they always hid it in one closet that we're not allowed to go into. That was in their mother's bedroom. I was a compliant child who obeyed the rules, never looked for the mother's bedroom. I didn't understand the concept of deviousness, lies, and manipulation at the time, and then I would get distracted and finally forget about them. But I eventually caught on, stopped giving them my toys to hide. With that game over, they resorted to simply calling me to come find them down the hallway, pulling me away from quietly watching cartoons in the living room. As I toddled down the hall, one of them jumped out of hiding and bit me as hard as she could on the arm, for no reason other than pure hatred. I was stunned at this behavior and this unprovoked attack. When I cried in pain and complained to the woman who was tending to tasks in the kitchen, I was telling her that her children were behaving like animals, hurting me. Her detached response was simply, well, bite them back. I was stunned that the rules that applied in my house didn't apparently apply in others, and that random violence was condoned and even encouraged here. I tried to point out that her girls were much bigger and stronger than I was, and she just shrugged. If I had bitten someone, my mother would have beaten my butt. Why did this woman not react the same way? For the first time in my life, I felt vulnerable, afraid, and uncertain. I was getting my first taste of injustice in this dimension. Our usual daily routine was to hang out in the house in the morning watching cartoons, where I was left to fend off their pinching attacks and emotional treachery. Then we'd have lunch around noon, and then the mother would shoo us out into the backyard for a while, presumably to get some peace and quiet. We'd stay outside for about an hour, but shortly thereafter, in the Texas summer, it would get very hot. There was no swing set or real toys to play with, so after a while, one child would report she needed to go to the bathroom and leave the group. A few minutes later, the second would state that she was going to get a drink or something and would leave me, waiting, alone, in the yard. Of course, neither of them came back, and I was baking out there in the hot summer sun by myself. I would go to the back screen door that led into the kitchen and the living room area to see where everyone was. There was the mother, 6 feet away from me, reading a newspaper in the kitchen. And the girls were in the cool shade of the house, watching afternoon cartoons. Those were the days before air conditioning. Well, I certainly didn't want to be outside in the heat with nothing to do, and I really would like to be in a cool house watching cartoons too, so I tried to open the door. First came the surprise, and then the shocking realization that there was a conspiracy against me when I found the door to be locked. I asked the mother, too, "Unlock the door, please, and let me in." But she just said, "Nope, you stay outside." My pleas that it was hot, or that I was tired or thirsty, or I'm 3 years old, shouldn't I be taking a nap? All of it fell on deaf ears as the mother just shut me down with every request. The girls rolled over and looked at me from their spot on the floor in front of the TV and snickered in glee at my plight. Apparently, this is how the mother decided to show her girls that she loved them. Group torture of a little outsider girl. I don't know. A couple of hours later, the father would show up from work. I would sneak into the house right behind him as the mother unlocked the door for him. He never questioned why the door was locked in the first place or why I'd been outside. After the 3rd or 4th day of this, I tried waiting for the dad to come up the walkway. So I proceeded to go out to the front yard and sit by the curb in the shade of a tree and wait for him there. My plan was to tell him about the unfair treatment I was getting when he would presumably ask what I was doing upon his arrival. I had a plan for justice. But the mother suddenly realized I wasn't on the back porch anymore and was looking for me. When she found me by the curb, she freaked out and beat me with a paddle so hard she left a large, noticeable bruise on my body. A couple. I was to never go out into the front yard again, she screamed. I did, however, get to stay in that particular afternoon, watch cartoons in the shade for a little bit, till my parents came to pick me up. Apparently, she realized her mistake, because when the father came home before my parents arrived, she showed him the bruises that she'd left on my body with some concern. She wondered out loud to him what my mother might think about this. I'm not sure, but his reply seemed to be along the lines of, "You did it, you're going to have to deal with it." That night, when giving me a bath, my mother notices them too and questioned me about them. I explained, as best as a 3-year-old can, why I'd gotten a spanking. My mother seemed to get it and seemed upset with her. I had a feeling that my mother was going to right this wrong. She was a strong woman. I had no doubt she would protect me. The next morning, though, I was dropped off as usual, and my mother didn't say anything. She actually had what appeared to be a friendly conversation with that woman. In retrospect, I'm sure that she was just being smart and simply didn't want to rile the woman into abusing me even more on my last day, as she needed to find alternate childcare. So, she kept her mouth shut and pretended everything was fine and left me there to go to work. Things were harder for working women back then. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I felt a little more than betrayed and dismayed after watching my mother converse in a friendly manner to this woman, and I thought that there was nothing to be done about my situation. Was this woman somehow stronger than my mother? I resigned myself to, that's the way it is, I guess. This is my lot and I'll have to make the best of it. But I'd hoped that the woman would be a little kinder after realizing that her abuse had left me with bruises. Well, it didn't, and she wasn't. The same routine happened that afternoon, except this time, when the girls made their excuses to go into the house, I attached myself to them, tried to go in at that very same time, thinking there might be a time window thing, and maybe it wasn't all about just being mean to me. They forcibly shoved me away from them and prevented me from entering the house while simultaneously laughing and locking the door behind them. They jeered at and ridiculed me from the cool shade of the house while they proceeded to watch the beloved cartoons. Nope, it was obvious now that it was just about being mean to me, and I was mad. I asked the mother, who was chatting in the kitchen with a neighbor friend, to let me in too, and to unlock the door. The mother, even in front of the neighbor lady, said, "No, you just stay outside," like I was a dog or something. The neighbor lady looked a bit confused, but did nothing to rescue me. So they're all in on it, I thought to myself. My anger at the injustice and abuse began to boil, anger that I had never felt before. I wasn't giving up this time. I was in the right. "Let me in," I demanded with righteous indignation. "Sharon, go away and be quiet," was the mother's only response, and the neighbor lady now pretended that she was out of this conversation. I did not go away. I stood there, and I screamed even louder and with more determination. "No, I won't. Let me in." And I planned on continuing to scream until I wore her down. Each up modulation of my voice matched the up modulation of my anger and intent. But she had a plan too. "If you don't be quiet, go away right this minute, I'm gonna paddle you again." Oh my God, the dreaded paddle. Again? Punished for not liking being punished for no reason. The unfairness, the injustice. I'm a nice little girl. Why would anyone be so mean? Well, I'm not going to be nice any longer, that's for sure. It was the first time in my life I consciously decided against being kind and loving. I screamed with all my might. No, you won't. You will let me in right now. And I meant it to my very core of my soul. I had never felt true anger before, and this was a very powerful emotion that I was experiencing for the first time in my life. I could feel the power of it growing inside of me. The idea that it was my fate to suffer abuse at the hands of this woman for no reason was more than my pure little soul could handle. All of my bioenergy, all of my new emotions, anger and hatred, seemed to converge into one uncontrollable shadow being that was now growing and welling up deep within me. I've never been so wholly and absolutely angry in my entire life. It was turning into pure rage and fury. It was the first and last time I've ever allowed myself to become that angry. Every cell in my body was mad as hell as this powerful new emotion or whatever surged through me, pulsing larger and larger. Even as I was feeling it grow and expand inside of me like an energy volcano, in that moment, I was also acutely aware that I was feeling something very different than I'd ever felt before. Part of me subconsciously knew that this thing, this emotional, powerful energy volcano, it had the ability to become very large and possibly uncontrollable. It might overtake me. It might even kill me, crossed my little mind. I actually thought I might cease to exist at that moment. Weird for a 3-year-old. Most people would have backed off at that point and ratcheted it down. But I, being the curious and science-minded sort, continued to allow it to grow, just so I could see what would happen. Consequences be damned. At that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. I just had to see what would happen, and this wrong needed to be righted, in spite of what might happen to me. So, as a 3-year-old, I made a conscious decision to permit it to continue. It was kind of scary, but fascinating at the same time, learning the power of this whole new raw emotion. Anger, turning to rage, turning to fury, turning to what? And just as I began to scream once again while simultaneously deciding to cross that threshold of emotional no return, something snapped inside of me. I felt a shift in some kind of release. The pressure of the volcano thing from inside my body and psyche seemed to go away, and I sort of depressurized. I was glad the pressure was gone and kind of surprised that it didn't kill me. And then, at the very same moment that everything snapped inside of me, something snapped inside that kitchen too, and my focus and attention to my inner self got diverted to the outer world. With an audible pop, a small ball of blue fire, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared right in the middle of the kitchen, hovering in the air in the very center of the room. Almost before you could say, "What the heck is that?" the ball quickly expanded, and the blue fire filled the airspace inside the kitchen. It flickered and loudly cracked with fury, drowning out the sound of the cartoons in the living room. It sounded sort of electrical, but mostly like that of a roaring fire, though I felt no heat. I'm not sure what the ladies inside felt, though, but it definitely looked and acted like fire and flames, only blue and kitchen-sized. It was as if the air in that room had decided to become blue fire. That's the only way I can describe it. The two ladies were screaming and batting their heads and each other, afraid that their hair was catching on fire, but it wasn't for some reason. Their screaming and the cackling of the blue flame continued for almost 20 seconds, which is a long time when you sit down and count it out. I stood there, still in absolute rage at first. Even at the first appearance of the blue flame ball, I was still angry as it was expanding. But even at my age, I knew this wasn't normal, and the surprise and wonder of it all caught me off guard. Curiosity and wonder replaced my anger as I watched the ladies screaming, and I saw the frightened little girls in the living room behind them. Seeing their frightened faces somehow made me feel a little bit better about my situation. And that's about when the blue flame lessened and dissolved back into a soccer ball size before fading out altogether. We were all pretty stunned, and honestly, at that point, I was glad I was outside. Well, of course, the ladies called the fire department right away as I stood outside and watched all the commotion through the screen door. They inspected all of the electrical circuits of the house, all of the outlets in the kitchen, and found that nothing would have caused such a thing. The woman kept trying to convince them of what they saw. The fire chief pointed out that there was hardly any evidence of a room-engulfing blue fire having occurred there. But one thing was burned, and so they couldn't fully deny that it had happened. If you could venture one guess as to what that one thing was, yeah, it was that dreaded paddle, sitting on the far counter, away from any electrical outlets. I watched with an odd sort of satisfaction as the woman held it up to the fireman to prove she wasn't crazy. It was only at that point that I began to wonder if that fire had anything to do with me and that anger thing I'd felt. If not, it surely was some divine synchronicity that this bizarre phenomena happened right as I was feeling all of that rage and only burned that paddle. That evening when my parents came to get me, my mother came inside and spent a few minutes to share some very strong words with that evil woman. I didn't understand all of them. I just got the emotional gist of them, and I knew that I would never be coming back to this house ever again. My mother told me to get your stuff, we're leaving. Empowered now, knowing this was my last chance, I listened to my instincts and went directly back to that closet, the one in the mother's bedroom. I opened it, and sure enough, I saw all of my toys were in there, a huge pile on a shelf. She had to have known they were in there. She knew they were mine. What an evil person. I filled my arms with as many of my favorites as I could carry, while my parents angrily honked the horn for me to hurry up. I rescued most of them, and we left, never to return. Nothing like that has ever happened again, although I wonder what might have been had I explored that talent a little more, back when I was pure and strong and open. Was it all me? Was it my guardian angels backing me up? I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever will. It was both scary and satisfying. I don't think I'd have the courage to explore it nowadays, but it's sure come in handy sometimes, I think. I still smile about it to this day and now know with certainty that we are all much stronger and more powerful than the powers that be would have us realize. Our consciousness has been purposely suppressed since our inception. Hopefully, we'll all wake up soon and take back our humanity. My cousin used to teach at the tribal school on our reservation. Her name's Dora. Dora has a story that she'd never tell publicly, but thankfully has a wonderful, loving, beautiful younger cousin willing to share it for her. I'm not on here trying to put Dora or our tribe in a bad light, and that's why I'm keeping our reservation name out. So, Dora was a 12th grade English teacher at the high school. It's the year 2000, and they're all on winter break. She attends a party at my house and decides to head home around 2 a.m. That night, a dense fog had blanketed the reservation, and already having a few drinks, Dora begins to have a change of heart about driving all the way home. Her house was only a few miles away, but from my house, the high school was just a bit closer. The lanyard with her keys hung on her rearview mirror, so she put them around her neck and then took a left instead of going straight out of my neighborhood. When Dora got to the high school, her car was the only one in the parking lot. She drove around the back where the buses pull in to pick up the kids. Her classroom doors are located on that side, and she parked her car in the bus loop, a stone's throw away from her outside door. The school lights that lined the building were all turned off during holiday breaks, making the building itself completely dark. Dora parked under the only source of illumination coming from the single street lamp located on a cement island center of the loop. Besides that one light, the rest of the property around her is black. There's only one road that leads from the rear of the building. The road eventually leads into a four-way stop, but before that, there's only trees all the way up to the school. Needless to say, the first step Dora took from her car was a leap and a bound to her classroom door. When she gets inside, her desk is right by that door, so she didn't have to navigate blindly through her classroom to find a light. Exhausted and relieved, Dora actually called me that night to tell me what her new plan was. Then, after we hung up, she pulled all the blankets and pillows out of her emergency closet and made a bed on the little couch in the corner of her classroom. Before going to bed, though, Dora realized that she didn't enjoy any of the amazing food that I prepared. So, her stomach began to rumble, almost as if it was verbally scolding her for being so stubborn. It's a little after 2 a.m., and every business in town closes at 8. But somehow, Dora found probably the only food that would be willing to make a delivery that time of night. She found the phone number to a donut shop right outside reservation lines, and most likely taking pity on her desperate voice through the receiver, agreed to make a delivery to the high school. Taping an envelope with cash and a tip onto her door, Dora gave specific instructions on where to go and what to do. So the driver would go to the back of the school. The classroom's the only one with the lights on. Money's on the door. Leave the donuts outside. Nothing too crazy. Through the curtains, Dora eventually sees headlights pull in, and her confidence grows that her directions were accurate. In the quiet classroom, she can clearly hear someone get out of their car, walk up to her door, do the 2 taps, confirming successful transaction. Before Dora leaves her couch bed to get the donuts, she waits as shoes walk away from the door. Listening for the car door to shut again, Dora begins to hear something else. It sounds like footsteps were heading back to her door, but this time, the feet were running. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dora's jolted from her frozen position, practically jumping out of her skin when someone starts pounding on her outside door. For the quickest moment, Dora thinks that she may have shorted them on the total, but she knew that she gave more than a generous tip. Then, the person banging on the door begins to scream, "Please, let me in. Let me in, Miss B." The B is the initial of Dora's last name. The person on the other side of the door called her by her full last name. Must be a student. Dora also thinks the voice sounds familiar, and that's one thing that I'll never get. How do teachers remember all of their students like that? Well, sure enough, the mystery person pleading outside of her door ended up being a former student of hers. His name's Mark Len. Mark's family owns the donut shop that Dora was ordering from that night. Dora liked the Len family and had an oddly significant memory in her teaching career involving Mark's older brother, Callan. He was a few years older than Mark, and when Dora first started working at the school, there was a kid that kept harassing her like a creep. One day, the creep got way too close to Dora, and Callan stepped in between them, knocked the guy on his ass, basically. That ended the harassment. So, when Dora opened the door and Mark Len pushed his way through, slamming the door behind him, she's almost relieved. But that's short-lived, as the look on her former student's face is filled with horror. Right as the door slammed behind him, Mark ran over to the curtains, started peeking through them and out to the parking lot. Their familiarity to each other wasn't enough to break the tension that Mark was feeling, and a formal greeting didn't take place. Instead, out of breath and continuing to peer out the curtains, Mark tells Dora, when he was walking back to his car, something or some things started to chase him in the fog. Before saying anything, Dora would join Mark in staring out the window into the fog. The mist that had covered the town remained thick, and Dora's car was barely visible from where they stood. She asks Mark if it was an animal that was chasing him, and he said no. He wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like human strides coming at him from directly in front. When Mark stopped his pace in the fog to listen, along with the first pair of legs approaching, he heard a second pair of running feet in pursuit, coming at him from the right. That's when Mark turned and sprinted back to the door. His accounts of what happened scared Dora more than she'd ever let on. Attempting to remain logical in the situation, Dora suggests the commotion he heard was from a pack of res dogs wandering the grounds, but Mark was adamant about what he heard. The steps were too heavy to be from dogs. For a moment, they both stood in the anxious silence that filled the classroom. Their eyes fixed out the window, looking for movement in the fog. At first, Dora thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her, but Mark's gasp solidified that what she was seeing was real. Both of them watched as a tall, hooded figure rose out of the fog by Dora's car. They could see it under the street lamp. The hood doesn't fully cover its face, and Dora swears it had the head of a wolf. The hooded figure turned and stared directly at them before slowly sinking back down and disappearing into the fog. Unable to keep her feeling of dread suppressed, Dora steps back from the window. Mark does too, speechless at what they'd just seen. Dora turns off her desk lamp, once again immersing her classroom in darkness. The hope of being unnoticed is extinguished almost immediately after they begin to hear knocking on the windows of her classroom. Neither of them were brave enough to open the curtains. Mark says, "It knows we're in here." They quickly decide to move rooms. Mark and Dora leave her classroom through the internal hallways. The whole time, they can hear the entity going around the school, pounding on all the windows, shaking all the doors. Dora feels her legs get weak. She's about to pass out from fear, and Mark sees her wobbling and catches her before she collapses. Still conscious, Mark assists her to the closest room, which was the kitchen. After setting Dora on the ground, Mark asks if all the doors are locked in the building. Dora doesn't know. Hearing this, Mark takes it upon himself to independently take off to check all the doors, as Dora sits trying to regain a stable breathing rhythm. It's almost pointless, because just as her heart rate begins to go down, she can hear Mark scream. It echoes through the hall, heading back towards the kitchen. He's screaming, "It's inside. Lock the door." She sees Mark fly past the kitchen doorway. She hears another set of footsteps running through the hallway behind Mark. And when he doesn't run into the kitchen, she has no other option but to close the door and listen to what's going on just outside. Mark screams, and the sound of the chase trail off to another part of the school. Then, silence. Dora stayed like a statue in the kitchen for what felt like hours. She didn't know when it all started, but the clock located over the industrial stove read 4:30. She decided to wait until sunrise before leaving her hiding spot. The entire time she waited, her heart was pounding. Every creak of the school's old infrastructure felt amplified in the emptiness of the kitchen. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of her eye. She clenched the handle of a butter knife, one that she'd grabbed from the drawers, her only weapon if whatever was chasing Mark decided to return. As the first light of dawn seeped through the small, grease-streaked windows above the industrial sinks, Dora gathered enough courage to leave the kitchen. Her legs still felt weak, but she steadied herself, gripping the wall for support as she tiptoed down the hallway. The building was eerily quiet now. No pounding, no footsteps, no screams. On her way back to her classroom, she passed the computer lab and froze in the doorway. The scene inside was not what she expected. Desks had been overturned, papers scattered everywhere. Most importantly, all of the computers were gone. She ran back to her classroom to see a similar scene. Her phone, which she'd left next to her couch bed, was gone, and so was Mark. Frantic, she checked the parking lot through the classroom window. Her car was still there, but Mark's was nowhere to be seen. Dora decided to call the police, but with her phone being missing, she needed to find the office, as classrooms didn't have phones. As she made her way back down the hall, she noticed some other things. Muddy footprints leading from the back entrance of the school. And sure enough, they led right to the computer lab. Reaching the office, Dora used the landline to call for help. When tribal police arrived, they searched the entire school, but they found no sign of Mark, and no sign of the creature Dora described. No evidence of forced entry either. What they did find, however, was far more shocking. Not only had the computer lab been completely stripped of its equipment, but every monitor, keyboard, laptop, it had all been taken. Adding insult to injury, all of the remaining cords had been cut. The officer questioning Dora seemed like he didn't quite believe her. "You're sure Mark Len was here last night?" he asked her. She insisted, yes, he was being chased. There was something out there, I swear. Dora insisted, recounting everything she'd seen, but as she spoke, she realized how absurd her story sounded. A hooded, wolf-headed figure, knocking and chasing them through the fog. The officer nodded politely, but still didn't seem convinced. He told Dora they would follow up with Mark's family and the donut shop, but for now, she needed to head home, get some rest. Dora knew what she saw, or thought she did. As the fog cleared, the reality of the situation began to sink in. It wasn't until the following day, when Mark and his older brother Callan were trying to sell some stolen computers, that the truth finally came out. That hooded figure and the eerie chase were all part of their elaborate plan to scare Dora away from the school, or essentially to let them in. They'd use the fog to their advantage, disguising themselves and creating chaos to cover their tracks, all so they could loot the computer lab. Callan, the mastermind, had even worn a wolf mask and a cloak to sell the illusion. As for Mark, his performance of terror had been convincing enough to manipulate Dora into hiding while they carried out the theft. The pounding on the windows, the running footsteps, it was all staged. When the police questioned Mark, he admitted everything, though he claimed that he had felt a twinge of guilt when Dora nearly passed out in the hallway. "It was supposed to just scare her," he said. "We didn't think she'd take it so hard." Dora, humiliated and furious, resigned from her position at the school. The administration didn't fire her outright, but the implication was clear. She'd let herself be duped, and the theft had happened on her watch. To this day, she avoids talking about what happened, but if you ever bring up that night, her face hardens and her lips tighten. The wolf-headed figure under the street lamp really creeped her out, but for it to all have been some way to take advantage of her kindness, well, that's just pissed her off for forever. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd shared at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal. And man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop mansion, golf course luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall. and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo. Now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." Sure, Travis, sure. Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. I witnessed the aftermath of my family business being torn into pieces by a fire. It was January 2018 when the fire occurred. At 10 a.m., my mother called me. I'd only been at work for an hour. "Hurry, everything's gone. There was a fire. You need to come right now." I was in shock. I kept asking her for more information. How could this have happened? How big was the fire? When she says everything, does she really mean everything? I thought maybe she could be exaggerating. We've had the business for 20 plus years and have never experienced something of this magnitude. I ran for the bus. I had so many questions running through my head. My heart was racing, pounding. My body was sweating and tears ran down my cheeks as I placed my head on the window. As soon as I arrived, my jaw dropped. I inhaled the smoke and choked profusely. The walls were black, and the glass shattered. I walked into the kitchen. Nothing felt real. It felt like a dream, a nightmare. I've never seen my dad so heartbroken. We were closed for 6 long months. It really was a difficult time, financially and emotionally. But we got through it. And I think we're all a lot more appreciative than we were before. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications. If I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable, and the back door, it was already partially obstructed with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. I'm pretty darn sure I had a time slip with my grandma when I was 13 or 14. She and my grandpa raised me off and on after my mom had passed away. Don't go grabbing the Kleenex box. This ain't about that, and it ain't sad. My grandparents raised me up good, and my grandma Joanne was my best friend growing up. On a random weeknight, the house phone rings. It's late. I'm in my pajamas watching TV on the couch in the living room while my grandma and grandpa are playing pinochle in the kitchen. Grandpa answers the phone. The muffled voice on the other end erupts so loud, Grandpa pulls the phone away from his ear, tells Grandma he thinks it's her friend and our next-door neighbor, Allie. She was another fellow senior citizen, but Allie didn't age with grace. She liked to party and hook up with the other lonely senior citizens in the community. Allie was a real homewrecker up until her funeral. She calls the house obliterated drunk, asking Grandma to come pick her up, not because she was responsible, but because she lost her car keys in a thorn bush outside one of her lover's houses. So, Joanne, with a heart of gold, tells Allie she'll come get her. Allie gives Joanne the address, and I help look it up on MapQuest.com, and I write down the directions. The destination was less than 10 miles away, and I offered to ride shotgun and give the directions as she drove. Joanne agreed, and Grandpa retrieved a gun from their bedroom and handed it to her. Grandpa didn't like Allie or the company she kept. He'd recently hurt his back, or he would have taken my place in the car. I got on my sandals, and we headed out to rescue Allie. The old Volkswagen we drove clunked, and its muffler would sometimes scrape on the ground, but I'd be damned if it didn't always get us from A to B. In Arizona, the sun sets real slow. There were fewer cars on the road around us, but it was still blazing hot outside. The wagon's AC was spotty at best, and it would only work in brief spurts. Our only way to cool down was to roll down the windows and cruise the empty streets to catch a breeze. That night, my grip wasn't as strong as it should have been, and a breeze caught the paper with directions written on it, snatching it right from my hands, out the window. Grandma Joanne saw the papers fly out and stomped down on the brakes with lightning reflexes. When the tires screeched to a stop, it went, "Reet, reet." The second "reet" sounded like it was a question, like, "Reet?" The best way to describe it was like giant rubber shoes on a basketball court. It didn't sound like the first gravelly friction skid, and for some reason, we sat there and laughed for quite a while about the silly noise we'd just heard. Then she put the wagon into park, turned on the hazard lights, and we both got out to look for the piece of paper I'd lost. I didn't notice anything until my feet hit the ground outside the car. One of my sandals got caught on a dry crack that had formed in the earth beneath me. When I felt the slight resistance stepping out, I looked down. I saw I wasn't standing on a street. The ground looked like desert. Grandma Joanne already fully out of the car, and the words I hear out of her mouth first are, "Holy shit." Then she starts telling me to get out of the car and come look around. Busy with my sandal situation, my shock was only a couple of seconds shy of hers. When I looked up, the barren desert that I'd gotten my sandals stuck in, it wasn't just a patch that had stopped under my feet. The dry desert floor was now all around us. Heat waves radiated with distant water mirages. In front of me, Joanne walked out further, with her arms stretched out wide, then turned around and said, "Well, how the fuck did this happen?" There was nothing in the distance in any direction. Joanne didn't look like she was scared, but I thought we'd die. We stood in a silent, hot, flat land with broken, dusty ground all around. Not a cloud in the sky. No sun either. The sky was still blue, but we couldn't pinpoint where the light was coming from. Joanne thought that we'd die too. She wouldn't tell me that until later in life, though. We both got back into the Volkswagen, but she couldn't get the engine to start. We'd never even turned the car off. So, with the temperature now hotter inside the car, we both got out and basically repeated what we did the first time, looked around and asked each other, "What the fuck is going on?" Without a better idea, Joanne pulled out her gun and asked if I wanted to learn how to shoot. If we'd had a deck of cards, I'm sure we would have done that, but we didn't. She told me all the must-know facts that someone should learn before being handed a gun, then instructed me to hold the gun out with both hands, stiff arms for recoil. I breathed in and pulled the trigger. My eyes closed tight when the gun blasted. When I opened them again, the first thing I saw was a palm tree a few yards in front of me, with a bullet in it. Dogs were barking, and I realized I was standing in someone's front yard. Joanne grabbed the gun, and she and I stared at the palm tree, examining it to see if it was real. Then the porch lights of the house whose yard we were standing in turned on, and all hell broke loose. If you didn't know this fact, all the old people around here have guns, and this homeowner clearly felt threatened by two strangers shooting his palm tree. Joanne grabbed my shoulder and pushed me into my open passenger door as a bullet whizzed nowhere near us. Thankfully, most old people need glasses to see what they're doing, and it seemed that we'd woken him up so suddenly he'd forgotten his when he chose to return fire. We noticed the wagon's engine was running again, hazards clicking again, AC spurting in bursts. Joanne ran around to the driver's side and dove in. She was surprised when she tried to start the wagon and it made a metal grinding sound because the car was already on. The old man at the door, he let off another shot, and we heard it hit glass from a parked car further down the street, which made Joanne throw it into drive and get our asses out of there. Another grandma would have had a heart attack, but my grandma drove over a chain-link fence to leave that neighborhood. And almost as soon as she did, we knew where we were again. That experience was all that we could talk about. When we got home, Grandpa told us that we'd left only 2 minutes before. He believed us, but couldn't help when it came to answers of any kind. We never did pick up Allie that night. When my grandparents passed, the questioning and wondering kind of died with them, as I had no one else who could understand the story. I don't really expect any of you to give a fuck either, but it's my Grandma Joanne's birthday today, so in honor of her, I'm capturing our memory forever on the interweb. My son introduced me to this platform, and I've truly enjoyed reading all of your stories, so today I finally decided to sit down and share one of my own. In my early 20s, I was a manager at a KB toy store. One night, it was just me and another girl getting ready to close. I think our third closer had to leave early because she got sick or something. For safety reasons, we were always supposed to have at least 3 people working together, but that night it was just us 2, cleaning and organizing. The store was minutes from closing, and I was headed to the front door with my keys to lock up. As my hand reached for the handle, the door suddenly swung open. It happened so fast that I didn't realize what was going on until a father and son nearly knocked me over as they walked into the store. We both got quite a fright, in that fraction of a second between me looking up and the man's coat blocking my vision. It looked bright outside, like there was a car with its high beams on, pointed directly at the doors. The toy store had a shade film over its front glass, which made it hard to tell what it looked like outside, but I knew the sun wasn't still up. I'd taken the trash out earlier and distinctly remembered grabbing the box cutter, because the garbage bins were in the alleyway. That little strip of pavement should be my next post because some of the things that happened in the alleyway behind KB Toys were absolutely horrendous and horrifying. I got to know multiple police officers on a first-name basis, just from taking out the trash and seeing them so often. They were always back there with their lights on, investigating something. They'd always ask me if I'd seen anything, but for obvious reasons, we didn't use that alleyway for leisure breaks. We didn't use it for anything besides a trash dash. That's what we called it. But before I get more sidetracked, let's get back to the main subject of my story. It was pitch black outside and rainy during my last trash dash. But in that sliver of a view from the door that was opened, it was daylight. I caught myself before I could ask aloud, "Wait, was that daylight?" Thinking how absurd that question would sound. I made a quick, discreet glance at my wristwatch. My mind snapped back to reality when I saw that there were just 2 minutes until closing. Despite their grand entrance, I still managed to put on my best smile and welcome the customers into the store. Their ages and appearances aren't that important to the story, but by the way that they were dressed, I assumed they were foreign, French maybe. The only reason I thought French was because they're known for their style. And both the man and the child, they were dressed sharply. Their shoes were shiny, It looked like they were both looking down and playing some miniature Game Boys when they entered, which partially explains why we collided. I'll also add that the man didn't apologize or even acknowledge that he'd bumped into me. I instinctively said sorry, but he just looked at me like he was annoyed that I'd grazed his coat with my forehead. The holiday season was around the corner, and there were rumors that higher-ups were acting as secret shoppers, firing employees on the spot for not upholding store etiquette. I don't know how true that actually was, but I wasn't taking any chances. This guy smelled like a corporate rat, literal and metaphorical, as I could smell his cologne from our brief encounter. The little boy standing next to him had clearly never had to work a day in his life. It was obvious that they were far from home, wandering into a KB Toys in that neighborhood at that time of night. Whatever they got would have probably been taken at knife point before they made it back to their car. Joking, but not joking. However, they didn't end up buying anything. They didn't even browse the recently organized shelves. After their initial steps into the store, the man's irritated expression changed. His eyes squinted as he began to look around. Pretending to be occupied with a task, I walked over to the Lego play corner to re-sweep the already swept floor. Anything to make it look like I wasn't staring at him, wishing that the universe would send this rude, confused man out of my store so we could close. But instead, the energy I sent out seemed to influence the man to engage me in conversation. I heard him shout, "Lady, you sell Macs?" Having no clue what he was talking about, I asked, "What?" He repeated himself, and I said, "I don't think I know what you're talking about," genuinely confused. I directed him to the toy trucks, the Mac ones, but that suggestion only made him angrier. He asked if I was stupid, started yelling at me about apples. The berating continued, when I couldn't answer his questions, of course, as if I were the one causing his problems by intentionally playing dumb. To top it off, he called me a racial slur before he and his son stormed out of the store. As soon as the doors closed behind them, adrenaline kicked in, and I sprinted to lock them shut. The encounter wasn't traumatizing, but I would think back to it from time to time, replaying the interaction in my mind, handling it more authentically in my thoughts. Despite that, it's never been fully forgotten. Even after I moved away for more than 2 decades, wouldn't you know it, after 30-odd years and the passing of my dear parents, I inherited the house that I grew up in. Over the years, the town had grown, notable businesses had set up shop, and the city began to expand exponentially. It was like entering a whole new area when I returned. Only the street names remained unchanged, although plenty more had been added to the signs. All the buildings were replaced with new ones, and all the old businesses inside were replaced with new businesses. The road I was on took me past where the KB Toys used to be. That parking lot was practically unrecognizable. Tons of construction had turned it into an outdoor mall, but the original structures were still there. Their bricks didn't match the newer, smoother buildings connected on either side. I instantly knew which building had been my KB Toys, but what it had been turned into made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There, where the big red and yellow KB Toys logo once hung, was now a silver apple logo, encrusted in the bricks. Like the city, I grew alongside technology. I have an iPhone in my pocket right now, but never had I thought about my ranting racist customer story as a potential time slip. Not until I saw that Apple logo. Now, don't get me wrong. That man is still an ignorant racist in any timeline, but here in 2024, if someone asked me about a Mac or Apple, I'd know exactly what they meant. This realization kind of blew my mind, and all I could do was pull into the parking lot and sit there, questioning reality. I guess that's why I mentioned the daylight they seemed to come in from. The whole encounter from start to finish left me feeling uneasy. Then for it all to come back full circle, kind of sent me off the deep end. There's no way to ever know if my theory's correct or if I'm just an old coot overthinking things. The only way I'd figure it out is if I ran into that father and son sometime nowadays. If my time slip theory holds weight, they'd be living around here right now. I don't know what I'd do if I actually saw them again, though. Premonition, intuition, I don't know, but something was watching out for me this night. I was living in West Hollywood and was on my way home late at night. It was about 2:30 a.m., and the streets were almost completely vacant. I came to a stop at a stoplight and was in the left-hand turn lane. The radio wasn't on, and I was completely sober as I'd been babysitting my niece. I looked over to my left, and in the far lane was a guy in a car looking at me. You know how it's late at night, long red light, so you just look around while waiting. Suddenly, I heard a voice that said, "If you go when the light turns green, you'll die." Talk about freaking out. It terrified me. I started shaking, and I'm telling you, you couldn't have pried my foot off the brake. Well, the light turned green, and I just sat there. The guy in the other car was still looking at me, so I don't know if he also heard a voice or was just looking at me, so he didn't notice the light or what. At least 5 seconds later, a car blew through the intersection, running the red, and about 3 police cars were following at high speeds. If I'd gone into the intersection, I'd have been killed, and if the guy in the other lane had gone, he probably would have died also. I often get thoughts, ideas, or premonitions, and I've learned that it's important to listen to them. When I was 13, I spent a month at my uncle's ranch. He was short on help, and I wanted to learn how to see the mountains. There wasn't as much downtime as I imagined when I first agreed to go, but I managed to find a few hours to myself in the evenings. Mostly I just explored the property. I especially liked hiking the trails. Uncle Leo gave me a Sunday off to explore properly, but warned me not to go past any area marked with stacked stones. I made a joke about the Blair Witch, but he said that they were there to mark bear territory. That put the proper level of fear into me, and I was determined to stay off those paths. I left at sunup and had a grand old time for the first half of the day. By lunch, I was well into new territory and ate my sandwich with a magnificent view of the mountains and valleys. Shortly after, I ran into an area blocked by stone piles and decided it was time to start heading back if I wanted to get home by dark. Just as I turned around, I heard a dog whimper behind me. The week before, my uncle's dog had gone missing, and we'd just about given up hope on finding him. I looked back just in time to see him walk behind a tree, and I called after him. I couldn't just leave, so I got the rope out of my bag and I went to go fetch him. I kept calling for him the whole time, but he wouldn't come out of the thicket. I could only see his face through the brush, but he was still whimpering, so I thought he must be hurt. I cut back the overgrowth as best I could. I only had my eyes off of him for a second, but when I looked back, he was gone. There's no way he got out that fast or that quietly, but he wasn't there anymore. I called for him again and looked through the surrounding brush. There was no sign of him. I didn't want to leave him with bears, but I didn't want to be out there alone past dark either. Ultimately, I settled for going back and getting help and a few guns. I must have wandered further than I thought because the stone piles weren't nearly as close as I expected. I went in circles for 10 to 15 minutes before I finally got going far enough to find them. I barely made it half a mile before 2 of the other hands rode up on 4-wheelers, hooting and hollering. Jay hopped off and ran over to me while Marcus shouted we found him into the radio. My heart sank. I thought that there had been some kind of accident or Leo had a heart attack, but all the fuss was over me. When it was finally calm enough for normal communication, I learned that everyone came looking for me when I didn't return on Sunday. It was now Monday evening. They'd been looking all day, and an actual search and rescue team was on the way. Even my parents were on a plane. I've never before or since been so confused in my life. I'm still confused. I'd forgotten all about Buck until it was my turn to explain. When I got to his part of the story, my uncle turned white, told me whatever I saw wasn't Buck. Buck came home that Sunday morning, an hour or so after I left. It couldn't have been him, but I saw him. It's not like I caught a glimpse of a random animal as it was running away. I saw that dog, only it wasn't him. I couldn't have looked for Buck for more than a half hour at most, and that's stretching it. Yet I had lost almost a full day. I never saw the sun go down. I never watched it rise. But I left Sunday morning and came home Monday evening. God, it sounds like a bad riddle. And I guess in a way it is a bad riddle, because what the hell happened? Besides a few scratches from digging through the overgrowth, there was nothing wrong with me. I was starving and more tired than I'd ever been, but that seemed understandable given the amount of stress I was under. I don't know, but if any of you have the answer, I'd sure like to hear it. When I was a sophomore in high school, there was a series of attacks against girls by a temporarily unknown masked assailant. It all started with a girl from our senior class named Lynn. She was attacked in the parking lot during a football game. I hadn't been friends with her, but I was at the game and word spread quickly about what had occurred that night, right outside the gates. An older couple had found Lynn lying on the ground in a row of cars in the parking lot. The woman ran back to alert the police that were at the game while the man stayed with the unconscious Lynn. I didn't leave my seats in the stands, but from where I was, I could see the ambulance flying down the highway from across the football field, heading towards the school. Lynn had been hit in the back of the head with a heavy object. The attacker was wearing a hoodie and a bandana over the bottom of their face. He went at Lynn with a knife, but she either fought him off or caused enough of a scene to make him run away. Either way, she still sustained a few cuts and abrasions on her arms and legs from the struggle. The high school I went to was a relatively big one, but Lynn already had a reputation for being a bit of a drama queen, so rumors started that she had done it to herself for attention. But then, another girl was attacked, Courtney. This time it was after volleyball practice. She was leaving the back exit of the gym when the perpetrator struck. Courtney was also struck in the back of the head and immediately knocked unconscious. When a teammate found her, she'd been stabbed in the shoulder. This prompted a police investigation, and the rumors really started to fly around. Some were accusing other classmates, even some faculty members were brought in to speak with the police, but nobody was revealed to be a person of interest. Meanwhile, Lynn starts receiving messages from her attacker. The letters would be stuffed into her locker. They'd be filled with all sorts of threats of all kinds of abuse. Lynn's address was posted in the letters, along with Polaroid pictures of her house. She gave them to the police, but it still didn't help to narrow down their list of suspects. Then, another girl was attacked, Lauren. This time, it was at another football game. She, like the other girl, was attacked from behind with a blunt object. Her clothes were cut and torn with a knife, and she was punched multiple times. Then the person ran away. It was completely random, but at least a better description was formed. Lauren described them as medium height and even noted that they had long hair as they saw it escape through their hoodie. There were ski goggles and a bandana over the bottom of their face. After that, the whole school was on high alert for a while. Attendance at the games was noticeably lowered, and people started walking in groups wherever they went. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Lynn had stopped showing up to school, and it felt like this menace had full control over the staff and students. Kids volunteered to bring Lynn's homework to her, and kids would stop by to check on her. A real support system developed for Lynn because she was the only one of the victims that continued to be contacted by this person. The letters she was receiving were becoming more and more gross and shocking. Then, at the last home game of the season, an off-duty police officer that had been involved in the case sees Lynn's car parked in the south lot of the field. He thinks it's strange considering her absence from school, so he drives back to the north lot where the main gates are. But instead of parking and going into the game, he decides to sit and wait in his car for a while. His daughter at the time is a junior at the school. I think her name was Jessica. She's also at the game that night, and just before the second half of the game, Jessica receives a call on her cell phone. She leaves her seat from the stadium to walk out into the parking lot by herself. Meanwhile, the game is raging inside. Our team was predicted to be state champs that year, so the stands were full, and the crowd was rowdy and loud. Jessica didn't care about the game, though. She had other plans in mind when she left for her leisurely stroll that night. Her plan would come to fruition. Jessica had been slowly walking up and down the rows of cars for about 10 minutes, when, aside from the crowd noise, she hears gravel getting kicked up from behind her. She realized she wasn't in the parking lot by herself, and whoever else was out there with her was approaching fast from behind. Then, just before the assailant could get close to her, a third voice disrupted their motion. A loud, deep voice screamed, "Freeze!" Jessica turns around to see the hooded figure only a few strides behind her. She can hear the metallic knife bounce off the concrete of the parking lot. That would-be attacker was so startled by the scream, they dropped their knife and started to flee. But Jessica's dad, the off-duty officer, was already sprinting toward the hooded figure. They weren't able to get enough momentum, and Jessica's dad tackles them to the ground with a hit reminiscent of the football game going on inside the stadium. Too good to be true? Perfect timing? No. Jessica and her dad had been doing this ever since the attack started, their own father-daughter sting operation, and that night, the bait was finally bit. As the dad stands over the suspect, they got the wind knocked out of them, and they were writhing on the ground trying to breathe. Then, he pulls the ski goggles off. And to Jessica's surprise, and not so much her father's, they see Lynn lying on the ground, tears in her eyes, trying to get the air back into her lungs. Naturally, this was the news of the year, and would you believe it, no one ever saw Lynn at our school again. But a little bird told me that she did serve some jail time, even if it was just juvie. For about 15 years, we lived in rural Claremont on a 15-acre parcel that had East Duffins Creek running through it. This is in Ontario, Canada, just outside of Toronto. It was moral season, so I jumped on my ATV, headed over to the north side of my property, where I found morels in previous years. I hopped off and went for a hike down to the creek and up through some native apple trees. I had to part some cedar branches to get back to my ATV about 25 feet away. When I climbed on the ATV, a full-grown eastern cougar came out of the cedars in the same place I had just walked. Clearly, he had followed me. I was afraid to start the machine, as this would have required me moving one arm and both feet, and I was worried that the movement might trigger him to come after me. We stared at each other for a moment, and then I jumped in the air, yelled boo as loud as possible, and, fortunately, the big cat turned and ran. I went home and called the Ministry of Natural Resources to report the sighting, and they weren't surprised. They said that these eastern cougars are about 150 pounds, follow river corridors, have a hunting area of about 90 square miles, and take a deer a week. 2 months later, my daughter-in-law captured a photo south of Barrie, about 50 kilometers away. It was exciting, but scary. You can see it, just watching. I spent a week backpacking alone in the Grand Tetons last year. It was the day of my 20th birthday when I was about halfway through the trail, which means that I was at the furthest point into the backcountry, miles from civilization. That day, I hiked farther into the day than normal to cover as much distance as I could. This was a mistake, because when I reached the designated permit campsites area, most of them were already taken. I continued on the trail before I reached something that kind of resembled a campsite. It was a small dirt area under a tree that sat adjacent to a tiny stream. I was uneasy about the spot, but it was getting too dark to find another one. I set up my tent and fell asleep alone in my small 2-person tent right as the sun went down. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. I thought it was a squirrel or a marmot, so in a sleepy daze I hit the side of the tent to scare it off. And then there was a sound like something hit back. It frightened me, but I decided that it must have been a branch or something that had fallen from a tree. I was still exhausted at that point, and I went back to sleep. Not long after, I was woken up by more twigs breaking, but this time they were noticeably steps, and loud ones at that. I knew I was in bear country, but it was pitch black and I had the rain cover on, so I couldn't see anything. I hoped it was a deer and that it would just wander off, and the sounds did stop for a while. About 30 minutes later, the same cracking sounds of twigs on the ground, and they were moving in the other direction. That's when it stopped and sniffed my tent. It had thunderous breaths, and there was no doubt in my mind now that it was a bear. I had nowhere to run, and all I had to defend myself was a pocket knife and a can of bear spray. So I stayed up the rest of the night, wide awake with both of my hands ready to defend myself. It stayed around my tent for 5 terrifying hours, infrequently walking, sniffing, and at one point, scratching at my tent. It wasn't until the sun came up and the sounds stopped that I had the courage to bolt out of my tent to get as far away as I could. When I looked back, there was no sign of a bear, but when I finally returned to my campsite, there were massive paw prints in the dirt surrounding it. It was the most terrifying night of my life. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules in schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night, I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the second part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the second floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. Because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshmen, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium. and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend all turned down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate, but I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values, and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. Death is pretty overwhelming. And I'm not talking about loss. I'm talking about death. My story is about the time I died and they had to bring me back. Now, this probably isn't going to be the same experience as everyone else has had with death. I'm aware that most of what I experienced dead was probably a trick of my mind while trying to save itself. But death was a lot. When the car first hit, I don't remember anything. All I remember from that point is I woke up in a ditch, staring up at the sky, with one eye unable to move, pressed against the ground, and blood dripping down my head. I remember that I heard death. I'd seen dead people before, like most of my grandparents, but I'd never heard it. And what I heard was blood pouring into my dad's lungs. My dad was probably the most capable guy I've ever known. I'd seen him bring a small-town track team to be national finalists multiple times. He gave dozens, I think over 100, of his athletes scholarships by making them better, by helping kids with no opportunities get meetings with scouts and colleges. I'd seen him break the Wamego High School bench press record at 46 to prove a point that his athletes should be working out more. People used to hear his voice from way outside the track stadiums. But what I heard from him wasn't the usual strength in his voice. It was pain, and it was fear. I heard him weakly choke out, "Katie, Katie, Katie," while his organs started filling with blood where it shouldn't be. He kept calling out for me in sheer panic. I called out to him, and we had a short, private, painful conversation that I'll only ever speak to my kids, but the normal stuff was basically the effect of, "Take care of your mother and survive. I've always loved you." Before blacking out and waking up, being ambulanced to the hospital, I had no idea he was already as good as dead. I was terrified because I hear fear from my dad as he's dying, and I knew it would be coming for me next because, well, the car wreck basically hit at such a fast speed that my seatbelt actually kind of countered the safety because my stomach burst open like if you squeeze a water balloon from one side. Basically, my belly was split. So, I laid in an ambulance as a 13-year-old kid, being kept awake by the people until they could make it to the hospital so I didn't bleed out. The entire time they were talking about Pokemon, telling me to list my favorite types or games or Pokemon, I was thinking, this is it. I always let Dad down, and I'm about to do it again. And I started crying my eyes out in the ambulance out of fear. Fear of death, fear of failure, fear of losing my dad. The ambulance workers helped to perk me up, stay hopeful when they told me my dad had made it to the hospital with me. And this is the part where I died. I was being rushed through the hallways, watching flashing lights that I couldn't see. I saw a kid's dad who I played football with, who was a highway patrolman. I was so out of it, I kept saying, "I'm gonna wake up soon. I just saw my dad's friend." Even knowing what I was going through wasn't some horrific dream, I kept saying it. The last thing I remember normally from this point is being wheeled into the emergency operating room while saying, "Where's my dad? They said he's here. Dad?" Before my normal memory cut off. Because on that operating table, the doctors later informed my family they'd lost me for a short time and had to do everything possible to get me back. It took a lot of therapy, PTSD recollection, repressed memory, recall therapy. It took all that to confront what I felt when I died. For I think was about the next 2.5 years, I would black out any time I tried thinking too hard about what happened in the room, but eventually, I started having a memory I didn't remember. If you want me to explain what I experienced in single words, I can't. At that moment, what I felt wasn't fear, wasn't relief, wasn't happiness, wasn't pain. I didn't see a lake of fire or a palace in the clouds. What I saw can't be explained using shapes or comparisons or colors or pretty visuals. It felt like everything and nothing was happening to me. But I wasn't scared because the one familiar thing I did see was my dad, or what I felt was my dad. I just felt like for a single moment, my dad and I didn't say anything to each other. We didn't look at each other. We just had a moment where I understood that this was the last moment he and I would ever share. And then he walked off. But I didn't feel the fear from him that I felt before. I think because he knew that I'd be the one who made it. When I woke up next and remember anything, my next memory of the accident, I saw my football coach who had driven in. I told him I'd be a little late to practice. He laughed because I asked where my dad was, because I had no memory of our moment at the time. For the next couple of days, my family kept letting me think my dad was alive and survived because they were worried if I found out the truth, I'd give up while I was still semi-critical. So, 2 days after I died, I was told my dad died. and I spent the next years figuring out what our last connection was. I know this is a long story, but that's because death was long and overwhelming. But it wasn't scary or peaceful or painful. It just made sense. Like when you go lay down after an intense workout and you feel like you belong in that bed. Thanks for reading if anybody did. I just thought I'd put another memorial story out there for my dad. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true. Each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only 1 town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023. None of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed. Not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. This is a weird memory that I have with my grandma during the end of her life that kind of scared me. I was young, and such a contrastive point of view was far beyond my understanding. The conversations between the doctors and my parents went way over my head. I knew what cancer was, and I knew Grandma Yuki had a lot of it in her bones. She was sick, and that's why we were staying in the hospital with her. Years later, my comprehension of what Alzheimer's and dementia was would give me more perspective of why my grandma acted the way she did sometimes. Grandma Yuki was in her late 80s, and for days at a time, my dad and I would sleep on cots in her hospital room because the doctors would tell us that she would be passing away soon. This routine would last 4 months in total. Doctors would call, tell us Grandma's on her last leg. We would prepare to say our goodbyes and send her off. But then days would pass, and her health would stabilize a bit. We'd go home, only to get another call the next day, telling us that she was hours from death again. It was a toss-up to see if she remembered who we were when we'd bunk up with her again. Grandma's forgetfulness was silly to me. She used to call me Child when she couldn't remember my name. Child, what are you doing in my room? Because I was a little girl, not remembering who I was wasn't as scary as when she'd forget who my dad, her son, was. He experienced the most of my grandma's memory lapses, and it really broke him apart. He would cry in the car on our way home from our visits. A few times my grandma attacked him, thinking that he was a stranger in her room. There was a lot of turmoil being passed around the adults that I was blissfully ignorant about. That being said, in retrospect, I was able to see my grandma change with an unbiased filter. Besides being as sick as she looked, in my mind, the other medical conditions weren't attributed to how she acted. Therefore, I wasn't skeptical when she whispered about the devil bird that landed on her windowsill. It was just her and I watching the morning news in her hospital room. My cot was pressed against the corner of the wall, right under the thick glass window, furthest away from the cords and IV bags that hung around my grandma's bed like plastic ivy vines. The view from my window looked out high above a smaller suburban city. Birds would land outside the window often, and my grandmother would admire them or pay them no mind. But this time, as we watched the morning news together, a bird landed on the window that she feared greatly. With a weak, raspy voice, she told me quickly, "Get away from the window." I did as she asked. The urgency in her eyes frightened me. When I got to her bedside, she would point my attention over to the window, the bird that was perched outside the glass. Its colorful body faced us, but its head drooped to the side, like it was trying to look down off the edge. With a trembling voice, my grandma whispered, "That bird is evil. And that's a devil bird." I'd never heard of a devil bird before, and I had no clue why my grandma was so afraid of it. Technically, we couldn't even see its face. To me, it just resembled the other birds that flew around the hospital. It just sat strange. I couldn't see anything that made the bird special apart from the others. From its position, you could see one of its eyes. It was exceptionally big and black, but I questioned if I was just wanting to see this exaggerated feature rather than actually finding one discernible from the other birds. It was also the only one up there, and so comparing the size and blackness of its eyes was, again, most likely exaggerated by the name my grandma had given it. She was lucid at the time, too, not silly, forgetful grandma. Her heart monitor spiked until the bird flew away. Throughout the day, when birds would land on the windowsill outside, I'd ask my grandma if they were also devil birds. She said, "No, those birds are living. Devil birds are not. They're possessed corpses, allowed to fly again until their muscles wear away." The idea of possession was within my grasp, as I'd seen it referenced before in a show called Unsolved Mysteries. I asked how she knew the bird that morning was a devil bird. "Its neck was broken," she tells me. Unfortunately, this back and forth was pieced together between many forgetful lapses that lasted until the day she did pass away. Later, when I'd ask my dad about the devil birds, his answer pivoted off her mental state. I've always wished that he could have been there when she told me all of this, or seen the bird, if only to see how lucid she was at the time. Even in her full-blown dementia, she never referred to another bird as a devil bird, and more birds would land on her windowsill all the way till the day she passed. She was right. None of them looked quite like the devil bird. I I've always been nervously curious to see if my grandma's account of devil birds was real. Believing in this is also accepting the belief of possession being real, no matter at what size. So now I've put myself out there, told my crazy granny story. You're now obliged to tell me if she was really crazy after all. You know, crazy, crazy. About 10 years ago, I went to a club with a large group of friends for their New Year's Eve party. Everything seemed to be going all right until a couple of my friends tracked me down and said, "There's something wrong with Jimmy. I think he needs your help." Jimmy was and still is my best friend since we were in grade 2. I was taken to the area where he was, and Jimmy was completely out of it. He couldn't function at all, was complaining about chest pains, slurring his words, basically every other symptom that you would mentally check off before calling an ambulance. Thinking that this is just some sort of alcohol poisoning, I tell everyone that we need to get him to the hospital and that I'm calling 911. "No, don't do that," someone in the group says. I look at them like they're crazy, and I'm starting to realize that this might be more than alcohol poisoning. We all took E, and he said it wasn't working, so we gave him more. We don't want to get in trouble. It ends up that these morons let a drunk guy take 3 pills in succession because Jimmy said he couldn't feel anything. Now that I'm dealing with a potential overdose, I definitely call 911. The ambulance comes and takes Jimmy away. A few of us, including some of the people that didn't want to call an ambulance earlier, head to the hospital. By the time we get there, they already have Jimmy strapped down because he's shaking. It appears like he's going to bite his tongue off. The doctor comes and asks us for more information. I tell them everything I know. They say that Jimmy will be all right, but maybe it would be a good idea to let his family know. This kind of felt like a time for you jerks to grow up and accept responsibility kind of move from the doctor. I agreed and said that we would. The friends all say that they can't be there because they know that they'll get shredded by the father, who is a very passionate, relatively old-school Italian man, and they bail. I make the call. "We'll be right there," the groggy, confused voice on the other line says. I'm alone and sitting in a hospital waiting room watching Ryan Seacrest ring in the new year on a shitty TV hanging in the corner. I'm waiting to know what I know will be an epic verbal evisceration from the Italian father. "What are ye here for?" a drunk man says to me from across the room. I tell him that my friend isn't feeling well, and I try to curb the conversation as quickly as possible. "My bitch sister broke my arm," the man slurs as he lifts his limp, swollen arm up for me to see. "I dropped her heroin, so she hit me with her fake arm." He says this with an almost proud laugh and continues to mumble about it. After that little exchange, I get up and walk around a little bit, but before I can get very far, the entrance doors slide open, and there are Jimmy's mom and dad. The dad storms up to me and starts demanding answers. He wants to know where his son is. He wants to know how long he had been doing drugs. He wants to know why I didn't try to stop him. I really have no choice but to take it. His wife looks at me sympathetically and tries to calm him down. The nurse takes the parents to their son's room, and I'm alone again. About 20 minutes go by. The mom comes out and says that everything should be okay, that they're going to stay with Jimmy a little longer, and she apologized for how it all went down. I head home and fall asleep. Later in the morning, Jimmy calls. He apologizes for the situation that he put me in. Says his dad wanted to apologize as well. Jimmy decided on his own to kind of stop hanging out with those guys, so he actually still has no idea that the other friends really left him out to dry multiple times that night. I didn't feel the need to tell him. I was just happy he was okay. So yeah, long story short, best friend overdoses on E that friends gave him. Friends tell me not to call an ambulance, I call an ambulance. Friends tell me not to call parents, I call parents. Have an enlightening conversation with a drunk man whose sister broke his arm with a prosthetic appendage over spilled heroin. Best friend's dad verbally destroys me because I'm the only person there to take the fall. Best friend apologizes the next day. Still best friends. Yeah. Happy New Year. I'm a night janitor at a big city corporate office building. There are other janitors, but we're spread out on different floors, so we basically do our rounds completely alone. During my first week on the job, which started just after the COVID crisis started dying down, I noticed a lot of weird things. I think the first thing was the trash. I used to wear headphones and listen to music while I worked, but you'll see why I stopped in a minute. The main area is a bunch of cubicles crammed together, but they're in rows, so it's not like I can just miss one. I do them in order, and by the end, it's like I've made a circle. After I dump the trash, I make another loop with the vacuum. One day, I'm coming around with my vacuum, and one of the trash bins has quite a few empty chip bags, snack wrappers in it. I'm fairly certain that I had emptied it. But hey, we all have our moments. Or maybe they were just stuck to the bin, and I just didn't notice. Anything's possible. But then it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough to make me wonder. I also have to cut the lights off before I leave, so I turn them off as I finish each area, starting with the boss's office in the back. There were multiple occasions when I would be getting on the elevator, only to look back and see some of the lights were on again. This was enough to make me ask my coworkers had they had anything like this happen on their rounds, but they just made ghost jokes, looked at me like I was crazy, so I let it go. Then I heard a loud bang on window washing night, loud enough to hear over my music. It came from the big offices, and I had already cleaned and turned off the lights back there. When I went to investigate, I found more junk food trash in the bin, and one of the desk chairs was knocked over. Not where it had been sitting, mind you, no. It was now over by the window. That's when I went from, ha-ha, weirded out, to genuinely uneasy. I'll admit, I've always been pretty superstitious, so that's where my mind went. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you're alone in a dark, creepy space. The next day I told my supervisor everything, asked if someone had died in the building, made a proper fool of myself. The building is less than 10 years old. No one's ever died in it. And it wasn't built on some taboo burial ground or anything sketchy. All in all, it's just another cliche, boring high-rise. I won't lie, I was disappointed. I'd really built up this whole lovable Casper-like ghost character with a penchant for junk food and pranks. But sadly, there was no backstory to fuel this fantasy. The more I thought about it, the more I began to think, if it's not a ghost, it must be a person. The fear that comes from ghosts is kind of a novelty fear. You know what I mean? It's a fun kind of scary. Most people don't actually think it could hurt them. But shady characters lurking in empty office buildings, they instill an entirely different fear. The bad kind. And that's when I stopped listening to music at work. Things continued as normal for a few days, and then I got the scare of my life as I was trying to leave. All the lights were out, and I was just waiting for my elevator. That's when I heard a door to one of the offices open and close. Then a set of footsteps started making their way down the hall, and someone was whistling the tune from Kill Bill. My heart stopped at that moment. And I don't think it's beat quite the same since. I didn't have anywhere to run. It was basically a race between those footsteps and the elevator. Which would reach me first? Well, as I'm sure you can guess, the footsteps won. There was just enough light to make out a tall, scrawny man in his boxers. His hair was sticking up like he hadn't groomed himself in months. I couldn't see his face clearly, yet my brain branded him with wild madman eyes. I was frozen with fear. I didn't know why I didn't hide behind my cart or the reception desk. I just stood there with a scream stuck in my throat. He saw me and froze. That eerie whistle tune died on his lips, and he began rushing towards me. The elevator finally dinged behind me, and the doors shut just as he was reaching me. I found some of my coworkers, and we called the police. A few hours later, they were escorting the man outside. Later, I learned that he was laid off during COVID. I guess I shouldn't say his real name, so I'm gonna call him Ted. Ted really needed that job. Without it, he lost his home, his car, his wife. The poor guy didn't know what to do, so he snuck back into his old office. He'd worked there for years, so he knew the schedules, stayed well hidden during working hours. And then his mind became progressively worse. That made him increasingly careless. That night I found the chair knocked over. He was trying to throw it through the window so that he could jump. But yeah, those kinds of buildings aren't made with regular glass, so he couldn't break it. I really don't know what he would have done to me if the elevator hadn't made it in time. He wasn't a violent man in his regular life, but his mind was so far gone, there's just no telling. Boomer generational here to say I thank Jesus every day that I was able to be a mother when I did. I couldn't imagine raising a child nowadays. The world'd be scary, and kids these days are dumb as hell. Like, damn, even if I raised my kid correctly, they'd still have to cohabitate with these prime-guzzling, mindless sheep. I got a granddaughter, kid's in 4th grade. She was a COVID baby. No, she didn't have COVID, but she got that weird antisocial things that all the kids got. I blame my daughter, and the funny thing is that she blames me in the same way with her. All we can really do is accept that we're all just learning in our own way. What's important is that you're growing with the lessons you're soaking in. And don't get me wrong, I'm also totally going to play the times have changed card because, again, the world be scary nowadays. I am not saying the 90s were better. Actually, yeah, I am saying that. Put it on record. Raising a child in the 90s was way better than nowadays. I'll also admit that lots of laws were put into place because of the 90s. Like, a lot. Everything was so fresh and new. The internet was just stepping into existence. It was a wild time. So sometimes unexpected things happened that, in retrospect, maybe could have been prevented. And boom, a bill becomes a law. Please feel free to add on to this with your own only in the 90s stories. But here's mine. When my daughter Sammy was in the 2nd grade, I was a chaperone on a field trip with her class to one of the skyscrapers in Houston to watch firefighters have some sort of competition. From us having to park like a mile away from this building to what was actually going on when we got in there, all of it seemed very poorly planned, let's say. Maybe there should have been more eyes or attention as to what was going on. Maybe the teacher was hooking up with one of the firefighters there. I don't know. Either way, when we finally got to the building, no one greeted us. No firefighters came out with stickers. Everyone was walking around looking very serious, and the whole place smelled like burnt materials. The fumes were so strong a couple of the kids were getting lightheaded and wheezy. Whatever was going on looked important to the men and women competing. This wasn't a field trip where you could go up and ask the firefighters questions. They were all focused on getting their gear and themselves mentally ready. Again, when a class of 16 kids walks into a building and not one person looks up or smiles, you know it's going to be a long day. We did see a few fire trucks, but none of the kids were allowed to sit on them or even get close to them, as they were part of the whole competition. When things got started, it was fun to watch them do the obstacle courses, climb ladders, and put out fires, all with insane speed. That was the first half of the day. Then everyone had an hour lunch, including our class, as there was nothing else to watch anymore. The kids sat in the grass and ate paper bag lunches and talked about the events. A loud foghorn would initiate the second half of the competition. When we got back to the building, the teacher had the kids pile onto the elevator, but we couldn't all fit, so we took 2 separate trips all the way up to the 20th floor of the building. There were 2 elevator shafts back to back, and as the class of kids went up one, The elevator on the other wall was being pulled out in preparation for the event. When we're out of the elevator, we all walk around to the other side where the elevator door is wide open, revealing an empty shaft all the way to the bottom floor. The firefighters were supposed to use their equipment to climb the inside of the elevator shaft up to the 20th floor. It's not just the class of kids up on the 20th floor. There's a bunch of people there. Timekeepers, judges, other firefighters, all up there watching. Also noticed I haven't mentioned any other schools being there that day. It really felt strange having a group of kids up there with these adults cussing, cheering, drinking, and smoking. But there we were. The first firefighter struggles their way up with a time that no one's impressed by. Second one is a badass chick that destroys the first guy's time. The walls of the shaft were replaced with plexiglass on the 20th floor so everyone could stand against it, look down to watch the firefighters climb up. For show, at the bottom there was a little fire lit, probably not taller than a foot, but it really looked action-packed seeing the fire under them as they climbed. So the first two are up and out. Then we all watch firefighter number 3 strut in like a pro wrestler. He's flexing to the crowd from below, and the people around us start hollering and pounding the glass in approval of his gestures. Real caveman shit. One guy threw a full beer at the plexiglass, and it got all over a few of the kids who were standing close to where it hit the glass. The sound of a bell echoes up the empty elevator cavity, signaling firefighter number 3 to go. He decides not to use most of his climbing gear and starts making his way up untethered to any failsafe. This really got the crowd going. They were hyped. No fucking way, he's fucking crazy. People were jumping around like silly children, but even the children weren't jumping and screaming. I think they were all confused as to what lesson was supposed to be retained during this field trip, as we were all watching firefighter number 3 climb up towards us like George of the Jungle. And to his respect, the guy did make it to the top, but not all the way. Let's just call this guy George. As George reaches floor 20, his hands grip the metal grating on the floor, and then he tries to pull himself up like he's getting out of a pool, but he's winded and out of energy. Naturally, nobody helps him though, because his time is still going. He has to pull himself through that metal doorframe to complete his run, and the time has to stop. People are cheering him on, but he's completely gassed out. And it's terrible to think of this in such a whatever way, because I know it's not. But I shouldn't have been the only one seeing this guy struggling and think, maybe I should help because he doesn't have a harness. But there's literally a man with a stopwatch squatted by the hole of the elevator, shouting at this guy to get his ass up there. It was not in my power to change the following event. I was, however, able to stop Sammy from witnessing it, and that was the most important thing to me. I grabbed her and yanked her back from the viewing position by the glass. Just as I hear the sound of friction his hands make against the metal grates on the floor as they lose traction and make a quick scratch sound as gravity takes him back down the 20 floors he just climbed up. The people gasp and scream. The kids who stayed pressed up against the glass begin to scream and run through the crowd in all directions, looking for their teacher. They'd all just seen firefighter number 3 hit the ground so hard, the wind beneath him put out the fire. His brain was also completely ejected from his skull, his torso, like a water balloon. A big red blood-filled water balloon exploded in that elevator shaft, and thankfully, my daughter Sammy will never have that as a memory. I closed my daughter's eyes, and a few chaperones went for their kids, but we couldn't shield all of their eyes, walking past it on the way down and out of the building. It was chaos, and I couldn't figure out why we weren't looking for other ways to exit. Apparently, there were none, besides the one right next to the elevator. Regardless, we all had to walk past it as we left the building, and that's where I got the morbid peak. I wish that I could unpeak. Even to this day, I don't know why I looked, but that's how I know how to describe what the bottom of the elevator looked like. None of the people there were trying to immediately cover it up, so it was all on display for these kids to see as they walked out the doors. Walking to the bus was sad and uncomfortable. The bus ride home was sad and uncomfortable. Now again, my daughter turned out fine, but she didn't actually see any of it. And I'm curious constantly how the kids pressed up against that glass, who also saw it on the way out. I wonder how they turned out. That's the real question. Well, bonus points if you can count how many things in my 90s story wouldn't fly today. But hey, it is what it is. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office, creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office, and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story. Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though, so I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, Was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remembered feeling the one below his click, too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. Lifetime Floridian here. I'm a 35-year-old female who spends a great deal of time outdoors. There's several trails near my house, and I know every inch of them. I know where and when I might run into gators, and I avoid them accordingly, most of the time. My favorite trail circles through a wooded pond, and it's been raining a lot, so I haven't gotten to walk there in a while. Yesterday I got there at 6 a.m. so that I could make a lap before work. It was nice, overcast morning, warm, but not hot yet. I figured the gators would still be sleeping in, but that should never stop you from keeping an eye out. As I passed under a close crop of trees, something heavy started moving around in the branches above my head. Leaves and acorns fell all around me. I looked up, expecting to see an iguana or a large bird, but it was an alligator. Definitely over 5 feet long, right above me. I know they can climb trees and fences. I did not, however, realize that they would just chill up there. I'd never seen one do it before then, but you better believe I Googled it later. I don't know why I stood there, watching. It started to move like it was coming down, and I intended to get out of the way. And then, a branch bent too far, and the little monster fell on top of me. I did not handle it with grace. Neither did the gator. We both had a full freak out. The impact knocked me on my back, and for a horrifying moment, the alligator was completely on top of me, but also scrambling to get away. Its feet clawed my thighs, torso, chest, and arms. Thankfully, I was able to protect my face. I tried rolling to get out from under it, but its tail hit me in the ribs, knocking me back again. It felt like a long, drawn-out ordeal, but it probably only lasted a few seconds. It ran back into the water, and I tried to run back to my car, but the pain set in the moment I realized I wasn't in any real danger anymore. My scratches weren't too deep, but they stung. My ribs are what really hurt. It was a struggle to get back to my car, and I almost had to call for help, but I made it, drove myself to the ER. Only as I was walking inside did I notice an awful smell, and I realized the gator had shit all over me. Well, surely that wasn't good for my wounds. Anyway, my wounds were cleaned, and I felt better once my pain meds kicked in. Magical stuff. The x-ray showed 2 of my ribs have hairline fractures, with the dark bruising that had already spread across my torso. I'm lucky it wasn't worse. I thought that I would sound crazy when I told them an alligator fell on me, but apparently I wasn't the first. If this didn't surprise them, I'd really love to hear about the cases that did. I used to volunteer at a wildlife sanctuary. I guess I probably shouldn't say which one, but we had a variety of animals, including bears. We had just taken in a grizzly that was born and raised in horrible conditions. Basically, he was a giant, angry bear, and rightfully so. I know some sanctuaries can be not as great as they appear, but the one I worked with was extremely professional. Everyone there truly just wanted the best for the animals. None of them could be released into the wild, so we were all they had. New volunteers weren't even allowed near the animals for the first week, and they weren't allowed to work unsupervised for up to 8 weeks pending performance and previous experience. One day, my supervisor called me to the office and introduced me to a young girl that we'll call Carol. She's going to be my new shadow. We got along fine. She was eager and seemed to have the necessary passion for animals. But she was a bit naive, to the point that it worried me. She believed that she had a sixth sense that allowed her to communicate with animals, that they inherently knew to trust her. I told her even if that were true, she absolutely could not test her theory at the sanctuary. We have plenty of animals that the volunteers can interact with, but we never go into the dangerous cages. There's no working your way up to playing with the lions, for example. At most, we clean their cages after the handlers move them. Carol wanted to pet everything. I caught her sticking her hand into the wolf enclosure while we were on break and had to go full boss mode on her. I hated when they made me do that. Anyway, she apologized and we got back to work. Eventually, we passed by the new grizzly's enclosure, and it was still groggy from being tranquilized. It needed a lot of medical procedures to get healthy again, so it was still pretty rough looking. I knew I made a mistake telling Carol its story as soon as I finished saying it. She wanted to run right in there, but the last thing that poor bear needed was her trying to mess with it while it already felt bad. It had a whole team of professionals trying to help it already. I repeated this to her several times. We managed to get through the rest of our shift with no further incidents, and I left feeling a glimmer of hope that she would do better the next day. I was wrong. When I arrived the following morning, I was pulled into the office and informed that Carol had snuck back into the sanctuary late the previous night. She wanted to keep the bear company in its scary new environment. So she climbed into its enclosure and tried to give it a fish. Sadly, she was mauled for her efforts. Not only did she go into the enclosure, she surprised the bear while it was sleeping. She never stood a chance. A few of the grizzly's handlers were sleeping in a crew cabin nearby, and they were able to get her out. She was then airlifted to the hospital, where she passed away shortly after surgery. That was over 10 years ago, but her death will always haunt me. I quit 2 months later. Being there was just too much. Carol's parents were destroyed, but they didn't blame the sanctuary. They said that she did that kind of thing all the time, and it's always been their worst fear that something like this would happen. I feel like that should make it easier to pass off the responsibility, but it doesn't. This kind of thing is never okay. I shouldn't have believed her when she promised to follow the rules. I should have told my supervisor how much she worried me. Maybe I couldn't have stopped her, but maybe I could have. My buddy sent me a link to post this. I was a member of my church's Boy Scouts, and no, this isn't a story of me being touched. I really wish I didn't have to preface this, but sorry if I killed your anticipation. Actually, if you were secretly hoping I was about to tell you a story about that, stop reading and get out of here, you sicko. Okay, now that all the pervs are gone. When I was in 3rd grade, the pack that I was in was called the Bear Scouts. Our den consisted of 7 boys, other 3rd graders who attended my church. Our badges were themed to our name's likeness. Already earning 2 of them, I was eager to obtain my 3rd, the Bare Necessities badge. Our pack leader scheduled an overnight camping trip with the troop. The pack leader was named Jojo. He was someone who had earned first-class honors within our pack. Along with him was a teenager working for his Eagle badge. 2 very capable people kept a consistent, vigilant eye over us, and I still managed to get lost for almost 24 hours. I was lost within the first hour of arriving at our destination. Instead of learning how to build a fire, my fellow Bear Scouts spent the day and night combing the forest for me. I don't think anyone earned anything towards any badge that trip. There's not a search and rescue badge, and even if there was, they didn't find me. Thankfully, a hiker's dog found me the following morning. What's crazy is that when my troop returned home, they never informed my family of the real incident. I don't know if that was their attempt to cover it up or what, but they left a nice write-up for my parents saying that I had run away, intentionally abandoning the pack. That's not exactly how it happened, though, and I was never able to fully explain my side of the story. I can understand how, to a third party, it may have looked like I just ran headfirst deep into the woods, but they apparently didn't see what I was chasing. So, here's my story. Miles of driving in a cramped church van led us to the thickets of Yellowstone National Park, a part that's reserved for events like this. We all jumped out of the van and went into our respective directions, eager to use nature's restroom. After I shook off, I heard one of the boys call my name. The voice sounded like it came from in front of me. I waited a few seconds until I heard the same voice call out my name again. There was a tall bush directly in front of me that I had pushed my arms into and tried to spread apart to peer through. On the other side, I can see one of my fellow Bear Scouts. They're wearing a vest like mine, but facing away from me. They start moving their arms in a clock-like manner. They gesture for me to come over to that side. Before I can fully get through the bushes, the scout starts to jog further into the brush away from me, so I followed, assuming the rest of my pack was doing the same. As I pushed my way through the bushes, following the scout's lead, the forest seemed alive with whispers. I'm sure it was just the wind, but it felt intentional, like words could be found in it if you could just listen to it carefully enough. The voice calling my name grew louder, cutting through the whispers and silence. I quickened my pace to catch up with the scout, but as I ventured deeper into the woods, a strange unease started to replace that excitement I was feeling earlier. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwined, creating a dark canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air grew colder, and a faint mist began to creep along the forest floor. It was as if I had entered a different world by following this scout. Perhaps this was what he wanted to show me. An area untouched by man. But then I have to question, where was the scout? I called out to him, but my voice seemed to disappear into the eerie silence of the forest. And that's when I considered turning around and going back the way I'd come from. As I realized I had lost sight of the scout, I also realized I didn't recognize the area around me. Panic started to well up within me. Alone and disoriented, I stood still. My heart was pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it. Clear whispering. It was soft, haunting. It sounded like it came from all around me. My name was being whispered, over and over again. But the voice became distorted, unnatural. It sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. With no other choice, I tried to retrace my steps. But the forest, it seemed to twist and change. I was taught to identify markers on a trail or leave a trail of your own. I didn't do either of those things on my way in. I did know I needed to find my way back to real noise. I just needed to listen for the troop and follow their voices. But for whatever reason, I couldn't focus on anything other than the whispering around me. It was my name, followed by words I couldn't figure out, and then back to my name again. They grew louder. Despite me thinking I was running away from them, they echoed in my ears. Shadows moved around the trees. I could swear I saw glimpses of figures moving just beyond my line of sight. This place had become a maze. I knew I needed to get out. I mustered all my courage and just started running, blindly following the faintest glimmers of light that peeked through the dense foliage. The whispers, though louder, they were also more urgent with every step I took. I found myself screaming just to drown them out. I was also hoping my troop would hear my screams and investigate. As I'm running and screaming, everything goes white and then black. When I came to, I was sitting against a tree, and it was dark. This was incredibly disorienting. Hadn't the day just started? Where was I? I couldn't move, but I didn't understand why. I laid there a minute trying to figure out what had happened. The last thing I could remember was running and screaming. Suddenly, I knew that I could move, so I attempted to stand up, only to realize I was going to throw up, and I did, everywhere. But then I felt much better. Sure, still stranded in the dark, but I saw light. It was in the distance, but I knew that I could make it to the light. After running in the dark for what felt like an eternity, the light didn't seem to be getting any closer, and once again, I found myself completely lost and helpless in the forest. It could have been the kid in me, but I was exhausted, and I just stopped moving, sat down, began to cry. And then I heard the whispers from earlier. I covered my ears, hoped my crying would drown them out, only they got closer again. I could now feel something around me, stalking me. Out of nowhere, I feel this pressure in my chest, almost as if someone is sitting on it. But I'm sitting up. There's no way for something to press against my chest. Still, it made it hard to move. I was crying, attempting to stop myself in order to get some deep breaths, and then, just like before, everything went white and then dark. This time, though, I opened my eyes to see faint sunlight. It was warm, and it made me almost forget about my situation. Then, I almost jumped out of my skin when I heard something running towards me. Snapped out of my sleepy state real quick. Back on my feet, I tried to move away from the sound, ducking behind a larger tree. From my new hiding spot, I realized the sound I heard, the thing running in the woods, was a dog. I don't move, but regardless, the dog spots me and starts in my direction. Then, for the first time in ages, I hear another human's voice. This one feels real. The dog was now sitting directly in front of me. The man's voice grew clearer. It sounded like he was saying Rudy over and over. The dog would bark when he did, and then look back at me and bark again, repeating this until the man reached us. He looks at me, clearly shocked to see me. He asks me if I'm the one separated from my group. I don't even bother explaining everything to the man, just answer his question and ask if he can help me find them. He agrees, saying that he knows exactly where they are and to just follow him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the forest into the clearing where my group was. I looked around and realized the familiar faces of my fellow Bear Scouts. Jojo and the other troop leader are set further back, and they're talking to the police. Their expressions are all filled with concern. When they catch a glimpse of me, they almost do a double take. Everyone runs over to me and the hiker. Sighs of relief and a million questions start filling the space. Feeling overwhelmed, I just stood there. I didn't know how to answer anyone's questions. Where were you, or what happened? I felt like I didn't really know. They told me I'd been missing for hours, almost an entire 24. Then they said they'd been searching desperately for me, calling my name loudly, flashlights out and everything. The hiker explains where he found me, and Jojo says they searched there several times and found nothing. The first thing I ended up asking or saying was, "Did you hear my screams?" Everyone was quiet for a moment, and they said that they heard lots of things, but they never heard my voice out there. This was followed by people over-talking each other, but I heard one of my fellow scouts say, "You were following the boy, right?" I shook my head yes, but that was the end of that. As Jojo and the others recounted their efforts, I couldn't help but feel that they were leaving something out, something they couldn't explain either. How could they have been walking past and calling out to me for several hours and never have found me? Surely I didn't walk that far into the woods, but just as surely there was no boy in the woods besides me. I was sure that whatever I saw, whatever the other scouts saw, it wasn't a real boy. Does that mean I know what it was? Absolutely not. The incident was never spoken of again. The official story remained that I had run away from the pack on purpose with no purpose at all, other than to cause trouble, of course. But deep down, I knew the truth. I'd stumbled into an odd place in those woods. The experience sorta changed my perception of the woods, not really for the better, and I guess of whispering. They're both just really creepy to me now, and I definitely don't venture into the woods alone. "20 weeks into my second pregnancy, and I had intense premonitions that I would die during the delivery of our son. It wasn't the normal pregnancy fears. I'd given birth a couple of years before to a healthy baby girl. This was different. My intuition kept telling me that I would need a hysterectomy. My organs were going to combine, and I would need a blood transfusion. Several. I kept seeing my funeral, me delivering a healthy baby boy. Yes, I told everyone, and yes, everyone thought I was crazy. In my doctor's and my husband's defenses, all of my tests were negative, all of them. So when I gave birth to a happy and healthy boy, no one expected anything was going to happen, except for me. And in 3 seconds after delivering our son, I was dead. Everyone was in shock, except for me. Of course, I was dead now, so telling everyone, "I told you so," really wasn't at the top of my list. I was resuscitated 37 seconds later and put into a medically induced coma, where everything I had visions of came true. The intuition was something I could not ignore. I ended up surviving a very rare amniotic fluid embolism, a 1 in 40,000 risk, where most women will not survive a full-blown AFE. There are 2 reasons I'm alive today. One is during a consultation with an anesthesiologist. She felt unnerved by hearing me talk about my premonitions. Based on nothing else but our conversation, she flagged my file and incorporated extra blood and a crash cart during the delivery. And the second reason, I sensed something, and I said something, over and over again, even when everyone thought I was crazy. I didn't care. Call me crazy any day, but call it to me as I'm above ground, because in the unlikely event you have a strong premonition or intuition that tells you you're going to die, you'd rather have them call you crazy than shake their head in sorrow because they didn't believe you. Speak up. It could save your life. It saved mine. At my old middle school, there was a man that had been teaching English since my mom went to the same middle school years before. His name was Mr. H. He was one of the 2 8th-grade English teachers at the school, and I was not placed in his class. I was disappointed because Mr. H was supposed to be one of the cool teachers. All the student body loved him. He was old, nearing his early 80s by the time I was there, but fit for his age. He didn't look a day over 50. On his face, though, he had 3 large, very predominant scars that ran down his face and over his left eye, which he had covered with an eye patch. During a summer vacation in the 70s, Mr. H went on a solo hiking trip in Orange County. He was attacked by a cougar. If it wasn't for its deteriorated condition, Mr. H probably wouldn't have been able to fight it off. The cougar took out his eye with a swipe from its big paw. Mr. H was forced to start swinging blindly with the machete he had when the cougar was about to pounce again. Mr. H heard its legs dig into the gravel, and he knew which direction it was going to attack from. And with one Hail Mary home run swing, Mr. H made contact. The cat landed on him, sending both of them to the ground in a cloud of dust. The lifeless cat pinned Mr. H to the ground. He would then push the heavy creature off of him and walk back to civilization, injured and bloodied, before he could call for help. No cell phone days. When I told my mom the story, she was familiar with it, an alumni of the middle school herself. She was placed in his class for her 8th grade year. I was surprised to learn that. She'd never mentioned it before. I'd only heard from the older kids and some of their parents that Mr. H was the best. We didn't talk much more about it. Then, I was nearing the end of high school, and we got to reminiscing about things. I brought up that teacher with the crazy scar and eye patch. I couldn't remember his name. So, my mom says that she knew Mr. H before he had the scars, seeing him around when she was in 7th grade, and her 8th grade class was the first that he told the story to. Then, my mom says, that was a summer from hell. She tells me her best friend Jana was also attacked that summer, and as a result, the family moved away before the girls could start their school year together. On a late summer night, a radio station was having a contest, and Jana and my mom were listening to the broadcast. Jana was listening outside on her portable radio. She did this often as to not disturb the family by playing the radio in the house. Her plan, as she explained it to my mom through whispers over the phone, was to just run inside and use the phone if she knew the answer to the questions. My mom would also be listening to the radio, ready to answer the questions. This was a team effort. There were a series of questions, and in between them, they would have long musical breaks and advertisements. So while they waited for the DJs to come back on the airwaves, Jana decided to leave her gated patio deck and walked out to the front yard, where her and her mom were planting vegetables in a little garden. Although the patio had a little fence bordering it, the actual front yard did not. But the property line stretched far between the house and the street. The family had no animals, but that still made them feel more comfortable having the sidewalk line be so far from the home. The neighborhood they lived in was also very safe, and what was about to happen was unheard of for that little residential neighborhood. While Jana is in the garden, she became distracted with the music and digging in the dirt with her small metal rake, when suddenly, the back of her shirt gets pulled with such lifting force that she goes from her hands and knees straight onto her back. Looking up, there's a man standing over her, staring at her through a paper bag mask with 2 holes ripped out for the eyes. Just as Jana is about to gather air in her lungs to scream, the man leans down, covering her mouth with his hand. He was wearing leather gloves, and the thick material began to smother her as he was trying to pick her up and take her to his car parked on the street. Jana still has the gardening rake in her hands, and using all the energy she has left, she thrusts it up through the paper bag mask, easily tearing into the material. The sharp prongs embedded themselves into the man's skin, deep enough for the rake to almost be pulled from her hand when the man dropped her back down. But as she fell back down into the grass, she held a tight grip on the handle of the rake, and it dragged down the man's entire face, shredding the mask and his flesh as he turned to run away. She never saw what he looked like, and she had no description for the police when she called to report the crime. The only evidence she had to prove her story was a shredded paper bag attached to a gardening rake, and a vague description of the car. The incident traumatized Jana, and she didn't want to leave her house for the rest of the summer. My mom would always have to go to her house and hang out with her inside, with the few times they got to hang out before Jana left. My mom says that she would recount the story over and over, trying to figure out some missing piece. She never did figure it out, just a painful memory that caused her to live in constant fear. After telling me the story, it's kind of quiet. I don't know what to say. It sounds horrible. Then my mom asks if I think that her story and my story share similarities. Mr. H was a smaller-built man. He was never extremely athletic, even in his youth when my mom attended school. Had he really fended off a 200-pound animal? Rumors began spreading around school that he hadn't traveled to Orange County that summer. Kids that weren't in his class, telling other kids they'd spotted him around town sometime over the summer. Those stories could have easily been fabricated for attention, and many kids didn't buy into them. But as my mom would gaze at the side of his head while he spoke in class, the scratches were still in the beginning stages of healing when school had started. My mom said they looked pretty identical to what the slashings of a gardening tool could have been. She remained suspicious, and I mean she remained suspicious for a very long time, without my knowledge. My mom had called the school and specifically asked for me not to be in Mr. H's class. This being a touchy thing, and knowing that I'd see the guy every day, that he was well liked, my mom didn't share all of this until I was in high school. While I was there, he outlasted any staff that had suspicions of where he'd gotten his injuries on his face that summer, and he was able to fully lean into his story for years. But what do you think? Before the whole pandemic mess took place, my husband Jerry and I took a 5-day cruise from Florida to the Bahamas on Carnival Conquest for New Year's Eve. We had a middle cabin room, small and no windows, so it messed with our sleep schedule. Personally, I wasn't too intrigued by open water, but Jerry thinks he was a sailor in a past life. This one, however, he's an account coordinator for a law firm in Fort Worth. So I thought we'd indulge his passion, and what a better way than for the new year, which also lands close to our wedding anniversary in January. Unfortunately, I'll have to insist upon it being our last cruise that we ever take. The trip itself was beautiful. The ship was clean. The walkways and rooms were spacious, and our room even had a small hot tub inside. Probably better than all of the hotels I've ever visited, honestly. The first couple of nights, Jerry and I let loose. From sunup to sundown, we were either dancing, drinking, or gambling. At one point, we were doing all three at the same time. Night 3, it's 1 a.m., we spontaneously decide we'd dress snazzy, go to one of the restaurants for some pirate pizza. Jerry's still a little schlitzed from the day drinking, and midway through our meal, he jokingly demands to go out on the deck and smoke a cigar. I oblige, but I tell him that I'll wait for the hostess to come back to let her know that we'll be back. It's 2 minutes from Jerry leaving the table and me reconnecting with him on the deck when I find him talking to a crew member of the ship. Jerry asks if I've got any cash on me, because this kid can sell us an eighth. Apparently his operation is relatively lucrative on this boat. If you're ever on an East Coast cruise liner and you meet a man named Xander working on deck, ask about the deals. Xander takes us down to the lowest part of the ship. That's where the crew sleeps and congregates on their off time. Off the bottom step, Jerry stumbles to the railing, clutching his chest like he's having a heart attack. Xander runs for the emergency phone to call for medical assistance, then hangs up and starts running up and down the hallways looking for help. This leaves me to absolutely lose my mind as my husband slumps further to the floor, balancing on one knee before tumbling into into the mixed matched patterns of the lower deck carpet. I roll him on his back and I begin CPR until the doctors arrive. By then, I was sure Jerry had passed. He was unresponsive through my resuscitation efforts, and he remained that way when the doctors threw him on a gurney. The gurney was welded to the back of this golf cart-looking thing. The vehicle wasn't large enough to fit us all, so they left me on the first floor deck. I was in shock. It all happened so fast. I didn't know whether to stay there or wait for someone to come get me, or if I should chase after the miniature ambulance that was speeding away. We'd left our phones in our room, but thankfully, I'd recently gotten Jerry's pocket watch fixed. It was going to be a surprise anniversary gift for him. I pulled it out of my purse, and I used it to get some sort of durational sense. It was a little after 3. Moments later, I heard another golf cart zipping down the small corridors towards me. It was another worker from the ship, coming to get me. Using multiple sets of ramps, we drive to the 3rd floor where the medical team is working on my husband. Jerry was laid out on a cot with an advanced cardiac life support machine. We'd find out that he didn't suffer from a heart attack. He was electrocuted. Faulty wiring in the wall had fallen and come to rest on the inside portion of the railing that Jerry grabbed. It could have been anybody that night. Jerry was simply the lucky one to discover it when he placed his hand on the railing. Eventually, Jerry becomes conscious again. When his eyes open back up, the first thing he says is, "Do you have my pocket watch?" I say, "Yes." I hand it over to him while explaining my original plan. And then I was like, "Wait, how did you know I had it?" He smiled. I was sort of pissed he'd ruined his surprise. Again, he does that. But really, I was just happy that he was alive. I was driving through the Texas Panhandle, heading north into Oklahoma. I was 3rd in line on a 2-lane road, following a cattle hauler. The wind was fierce, a strong headwind that made it impossible to shift into top gear. It must have been the same for the other 2 drivers ahead of me, because I had no trouble keeping up with them. As we entered a curve, I saw the cattle truck ahead catch its right front tire on the berm of the road. The driver tried to recover, but the combination of oversteering, the relentless wind, and the cattle shifting to one side sealed his fate. With his overcorrection, he caught the berm of his left tire. Then he jerked the wheel back to the right. At that point, my view was blocked by the truck in front of me and the curvature of the road. Suddenly, the CB crackled to life. Shit, he's going over, man. The cattle hauler came back into view, but it was leaning dangerously to the left. None of the wheels on the driver's side were touching the ground. The truck teetered for a moment before tipping completely over on the passenger side, skidding to a halt in the gully alongside the road. I don't think either of our trucks had fully stopped before the driver in front of me and I sprinted out of the cabs, running towards the overturned cattle truck. The first thing I noticed were that 2 or 3 cows had been ejected through the aluminum roof. They were either dead or in the process of dying, their bodies scattered across the road. My main concern was the driver of the cattle truck. The other driver and I exchanged a glance, silently asking, "How are we going to climb up there?" Just then, the driver's side door creaked open, and the driver began to climb out, disoriented but alive. We scrambled to help him down. As much as I didn't want to, I had to look inside the trailer. The scene was worse than I'd imagined. Several of the cattle were already dead. Others were barely clinging to life, and the rest bellowing in terror. The smell of blood and fear was overwhelming, and there was nothing I could do for them. This was the mid-90s. long before everyone had cell phones. The driver of the second truck offered to run for help while I stayed behind with the cattle truck driver, who was on the verge of shock. I helped him to my truck, where we waited for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, help arrived in record time. A deputy soon showed up and took my statement. He was polite but firm when he asked me to leave. Before I left, I asked him what would happen to the surviving cattle. He patted his gun, and the realization hit me hard. I wish I hadn't asked. As I climbed back into my truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just witnessed something that I'd carry with me for a long time. In '91, I was 6 and living with my father and stepmother. Every other weekend, they would drive me 2 hours to meet my mother at a halfway point for the trade-off. One week, Mom couldn't get off work, and Dad got food poisoning, so my stepmom, Brenda, was left to drive me the whole way. Mom was a waitress, so we timed it to arrive when she'd be getting off at 10, but we never made it. Just past where we normally would have met, we had to get on the interstate. But the on and off ramps weren't like normal ones. The direction they were pointed made them seem backwards to anyone who wasn't used to the area. Lots of accidents happened before they fixed it because so many people would go the wrong way. Just like Brenda. She wasn't familiar with the area at all and turned up the off-ramp. As we came to the final curve, we collided head-on with a huge truck, and an SUV crashed into its rear end. I was in the back seat and briefly knocked unconscious. When I woke, the truck's front tires were through the windshield, and Brenda's head was gone. There was only a fountain of red rushing over the remaining mangled mass below her shoulders. I was trapped inside for almost an hour while the fire department used the jaws of life to pry open the door. I was surrounded by people trying to communicate with me, but I was wholly focused on Brenda. I couldn't have talked even if I had noticed them. I also don't remember screaming, but everyone said I never stopped. I didn't feel pain or realize my legs were trapped under the front passenger seat either, but both were broken in multiple places. They said I didn't notice because of the shock. I didn't have a full grasp on death before the wreck, but I instinctively understood it once I saw what was left of Brenda. I didn't have all the right words for everything, but she was just clearly no more. She was gone. I had to have surgery that night. When I woke, both my parents were there. It was the first time I ever saw my father cry, but there were many more to follow. My parents didn't get back together, but my dad moved 10 minutes away from my mom's house, so he could help with my recovery. When I finally left the hospital, I still had months of physical therapy to endure. The pain is what I remember most. The rest is just a collage of fuzzy memories. Physically, my recovery took about a year. Mentally, well, if you listen to my therapist, it's still a work in progress. But the nightmares mostly stopped in my mid-20s, and surprisingly, talking about it does help. I would always dream about a zombie version of Brenda's head appearing in my lap, staring up at me. Sometimes it was in school. Sometimes it was in the wreck or at the dinner table. Overall, I'm lucky to be alive. Kids riding in the front seat wasn't an uncommon occurrence in those days, and I typically did it all the time. But Brenda, she insisted that I sit in the back. Had I not been in the back, there's no way I would have survived. These days, I'm what you call a granny driver, and proud of it. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." and seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have two glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. So, straight up, I made this throwaway account for this because I'm ashamed of my actions. But I'm in over my head, and I really need some help. Just know that karma has thoroughly put me in my place, and my mistake will never be repeated. I live in a small, poor neighborhood, and for 7 years, I've been at war with the old woman next door, Helga. If I have family or friends over, and someone's parked on the curb, she'll call the police. If my dog barked, she'd call the police. That's why I never got another one after Buddy passed. If I play music, she'll call the police. Obviously, nothing came of it, but it was still a pain to deal with. If I put out yard decorations, she'll find a reason to complain. If they aren't somehow offensive, they violate the HOA policy. Fun fact, we don't have an HOA. We're all poor. Everything looks like shit. Hell, there's tinfoil all over her windows. I mean, come on. But she's like that towards everyone. I only get the worst of it because her house is on the corner, and I'm unfortunate enough to be directly next to her. She lived in that house alone for at least 15 or 20 years, according to the other neighbors, and no one has ever seen her have company. Since I moved in, I've only seen her leave 2 or 3 times, but she gets a lot of deliveries, so I figured that she's just ordered everything off Amazon. Because of the tinfoil and her tendency to only come outside at night, we didn't catch many glimpses of her. But when we did, she always seemed kind of dirty and unkept. A couple years ago, when I still had Buddy, I was walking around the block as Helga collected her boxes, and there was a row of scary tribal masks hanging on the wall behind her. I only saw them for a quick second before she hurried back inside, but I'll never forget the one in the center. The face was long and had a pointed chin, large rectangular teeth. Its eyes were closed in angry slants, and red war paint adorned its head and cheeks. My description truly doesn't do it justice. Its menacing expression made it seem alive. The guy who lives across from her, Joe, was coming home late one night, like 3 a.m, not expecting anyone to be out. But Helga was standing in the middle of the street, with her arms raised to the sky, wearing a black hooded robe. When the headlights hit her, she started screaming in what sounded like Latin, and Joe thinks that she put a curse on him because he had a wreck just 3 days later. It totaled his truck. He got banged up a little, but could have been much worse. Everyone got really wary of Helga after that, but life moved on without much else happening until 2 weeks ago, when she actually left her house. On the few occasions this has happened, she left after dark and returned before dawn, but on this day, she left at lunchtime. I expected to see her car back the following morning, but it was still gone. She didn't return the next day either, or the next. Meanwhile, her boxes are piling up at the door, and in our neighborhood, they would have been immediately stolen at anyone else's house, but not Helga's. At least not until I couldn't stand the curiosity anymore. This is the part where I'm arguably a huge dick. The logical side of me felt like the boxes probably contained basic household items, toilet paper, trash bags, laundry detergent. But the kid in me couldn't stop thinking about that freaky mask, wondering what else she might collect. I mean, I was gonna put it back. But yeah, I stole a box. One of the big ones, in fact. And I'm still paying for it. I ripped into it like a kid at Christmas. But inside was a large wooden cigar box with a little clasp, a cheap lock. The key was taped to the bottom with a card that read, "Do not open," in bold print. Obviously, I had to open it, but I wasn't immediately certain of what I was looking at. A small glass vial had a lock of hair tied to it with string, and there was a pile of what I believed to be dried out herbs, petals, and something that looked like ashes. Disappointed, I put it all back and threw it in a drawer, for the time being. That night, I was getting ready for bed and I heard a loud crash in the hallway. When I went to check, glass was all over the floor from a broken picture frame. The frame hadn't fallen. The glass had just shattered. I couldn't find anything that might have hit it. I live alone. I don't have any pets. The best I could guess was some kind of hot to cold, or is it cold to hot, reaction, even though I experienced absolutely no temperature changes myself. The next night, I had awful nightmares, where I heard someone fumbling around in the living room, and I went to check it out. As I reached the end of the hallway, A shadowy stick figure stood with its head barely an inch below the ceiling, and upon seeing me, it rushed towards me at a blinding speed. I stumbled backwards as it shot through me, and I bolted straight up in bed, gasping for breath. I was clammy with cold sweat, and there was a sharp pain in my chest. When I opened my shirt, there was a big red rash in the center of my chest. Freaked out, I went to the bathroom, but when I turned on the lights, I saw the same shadowy stick figure behind me in the mirror. I turned around, screaming, but nothing was there. Likewise, it was gone from the mirror as well. A day or two later, a picture frame fell off the wall, but at least that one didn't break. Then that night, I dreamed the figure was on my ceiling, looking down at me. It turned into black smoke and funneled down my nose and throat like fire. Again, I woke up in a clammy sweat, and now I had a hacking cough as well. The night before last, I woke up to a banging on my closet door that didn't stop until I got up and opened it. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Was the box cursed? Was it a trap? Was someone trying to curse Helga? But I intervened. No one knows where she is. 3 days ago, I went door to door asking if anyone knew where she might be, but the neighbors were as confused as me. Afterwards, I called the police to report a possible missing person. They're looking into it, but the only update I've received was to say that they couldn't find any relatives or friends. They're pursuing other avenues. I've already put the package back, but I feel like I messed up really bad. I have no clue how to break a curse, and I can't even Google it without knowing what kind it is. Does anyone have any idea what the deal is with that freaky box or the shadow thing? It was supposed to be just a game. Me and my 9-year-old brother had spent the evening running through the neighborhood, playing ding-dong ditch like we'd done many times before. The thrill of ringing a stranger's doorbell and running away before they could catch us, it was enough to keep us giggling all night. It was harmless fun, until it wasn't. We picked a house that looked perfect, car in the driveway, dimly lit. I dared my brother to ring the bell, and with a mischievous grin, he darted up to the door. He pressed the button, and we both took off running. But just as we turned the corner, the door flew open, much faster than we'd expected. I glanced back only for a split second, just long enough to see a man standing in the doorway. He was tall and shadowy, but I didn't think much of it. We'd always gotten away before. I ran and found a spot to hide behind a nearby bush, crouching low, trying to keep quiet. My heart was pounding, but in a fun way. I was expecting my brother to come giggling up beside me any second, but seconds had passed, then minutes, and there was nothing, no sign of him. At first, I figured that he was just trying to scare me. It would be like him to turn a game on me and hide, waiting for me to freak out. I waited a little longer, peeking around the corner to see if he was nearby, but the street was eerily quiet. That's when the unease started to creep in. Something wasn't right. 5 minutes had passed and my brother still hadn't shown up. Panic was now building inside of me, and I kept trying to convince myself that it was just a joke. He was playing a prank on me. But then I remembered the man, the one who had opened the door just as we ran. I hadn't seen him clearly as I wasn't as close, but I remembered the look in his eyes, the way that he moved with purpose. And suddenly, a horrible thought hit me. What if he'd caught my brother? I stood up and ran back to the house where it all started. The door was closed and the house seemed silent. I looked around frantically, calling my brother's name in a shaky voice. There was no answer. The street that was once familiar now felt sinister. Every shadow seemed to scare me. I screamed his name, louder this time, but all I got in return was the echo of my own voice. My legs felt weak, and dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Something had happened, something terrible. I turned and bolted for home. My breath was becoming short gasps. As I ran, the only thing I could think about was the man who had opened the door. What had he done with my brother? Bursting through the door at home, I screamed for my dad. My words were jumbled and panicked. Dad, he's gone. I was barely making sense, but somehow he understood the terror in my voice. He got those words. My father, still in his pajamas and my mother's kitchen slippers, didn't even pause to ask questions. He just ran out of the house. Kicking the slippers off, he was barefoot, clutching his phone in one hand as he dialed the police. The minutes that followed felt like hours. My dad ran down the street, shouting my brother's name while I stood frozen, waiting for any news. The police arrived, and the street that was quiet moments before was suddenly filled with flashing lights and the sound of radios crackling. And then, after what felt like forever, one of the officers found him, my brother. He'd been taken by the man who'd grabbed him at the door, but by some miracle, they got to him in time. He was shaken, but he was alive. That night changed everything. What started as a game became a nightmare, one that still haunts me and my brother. The memory of that man opening the door, the moment I realized my brother wasn't coming back on his own, those are things that I'll never forget. What if I hadn't gone home? What if I hadn't called for help? It's just a reminder that sometimes the things that we think are harmless can turn dark in the blink of an eye. And it's lucky that we didn't both approach the door like we usually would. April 14th, 2010. My brother and I had spent the afternoon at a local game center, losing ourselves in the noise of arcade machines flashing lights. After about 3 hours, as the day began to turn into night, we headed home. Once I got back, I grabbed my Sony Ericsson phone, plugged in my earphones, and settled in for the evening. It wasn't long after, maybe a few minutes past 7, when there was a knock on the door. I pulled out my earphones and opened the door to find 3 friends from the game center standing there. I greeted them casually, but their expressions were serious. They told me something had happened back at the game center and that I needed to come and clear my name. Without thinking much of it, I agreed, something I would later regret deeply. As we made our way back to the shop, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The other boys were unusually quiet. Despite my attempts to chat with them, they offered no response, and their silence was unsettling. When we arrived at the game center, I was taken aback by the sight of a large crowd gathered just outside. As soon as I stepped into full view, someone seized me by the arm. Confused and panicked, I struggled to get free, but before I could say anything, fists started flying. The crowd was upon me, delivering blow after blow. I tried to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. Tears streamed down my face as they lifted me off the ground and tied me to an electrical pole. The pain of everything was unbearable. I'd chipped a tooth and blood was pouring from my mouth. It was then that I began to piece together what was happening. People were shouting accusations at me, calling me a thief. They claimed that I had stolen a mobile phone. My heart sank. I hadn't touched anyone's phone, let alone stolen one. I pleaded, screaming over the roar of the mob that I was innocent, but the cries fell on deaf ears. My protests only seemed to fuel their anger. Someone picked up a 2x4 plank and slammed it into my knee. This sent a wave of agony through my whole body. They slapped me, cursed me, and then, worst of all, they stripped me naked. Humiliated and broken, I still maintained my innocence, but no one cared. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, witnesses started to come forward, one by one. They all claimed to have seen me unplug the phone from its charger and pass it to an accomplice. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like I was living in someone else's nightmare. By now, it was late into the night. My vision was blurry, and I could barely see the faces of those who came to insult me, calling me every name under the sun. Some accused me of being responsible for a string of thefts in the area, but I had no one to defend me. I was alone in this brutal, unjust trial. This is in Nigeria, where the mob rules, where being from a different ethnic group can make you a target, where not speaking their language makes you an outsider in your own country. Desperate, I begged for them to take me to the police station. Maybe there I could have a chance. But instead, my plea only enraged them further. They saw my request as arrogance. The crowd turned more hostile, and that's when I saw it. The torchlight, the tires, and the kerosene. My heart stopped. I knew what was coming next. They were going to burn me alive. I started to weep uncontrollably. My body trembled with fear. I prayed for a miracle, and by some grace, that miracle came. Out of nowhere, a family friend named Chuck appeared. He'd been heading home from work when he noticed the crowd, and he came closer to investigate. To his horror, he saw me tied to the pole, barely conscious. Without wasting a second, he ran to get my brother and sisters, who had already been searching for me. They arrived just in time, but the mob resisted their attempts to free me. It wasn't until some respected figures from my community intervened that they were able to cut me loose. By that point, I was barely standing, my body battered and bruised, my spirit crushed. In a desperate effort to clear my name, my older brother quietly pulled the owner of the missing phone aside and asked for his phone number. The man, skeptical, told my brother there was no point, that they had tried calling the number earlier. The phone was switched off, but my brother insisted. Reluctantly, the man gave him his number. When my brother dialed the number, something incredible happened. The phone began to ring within the crowd. Everyone turned to follow the sound. It led them to a young boy. Shock rippled through the onlookers. They asked the boy where he got the phone, and he calmly replied that his older brother had given it to him to take home. His brother had asked for the charger, so the boy came back to retrieve it. To my disbelief, it was one of the very friends who had come to fetch me from my house. I was stunned. He'd set me up to die, and for what? I couldn't understand why. I was rushed to the hospital that night, where I stayed for 3 days, recovering from injuries. In the days that followed, my family received countless apologies, and the owner of the game center offered me a free pass to the shop, though we moved out of the area before I could ever use it. I still carry the scars from that day, the deep cut on my forehead that required stitches, and the chipped tooth that served as a constant reminder. But the worst scars, they're the ones you can't see. I'll never forget how close I came to death, all because of a lie. I used to take the same bus home from work every night. It was late, usually after 10 p.m., and the ride was never too crowded. It wasn't the best part of town, but I'd gotten used to it. Headphones in, eyes on my phone, just counting the minutes until I'd be home. I wish I could say that the night felt different, that I somehow knew something bad was going to happen, but I didn't. The driver barely glanced at me as I swiped my card, as usual, and the few other passengers there sat in silence, staring straight ahead like they were afraid to make eye contact with anyone. This was pretty standard. I found a seat in the middle, close enough to the back door for a quick exit if I needed one, but not too far away from the driver either. I always did that, just a little safety measure that I'd picked up after living in the city for a while. The bus rumbled along and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to tune out the hum of the city outside. And that's when I noticed a man a few rows ahead of me. He was pacing, his eyes darting around, nervously. His hands twitched at his sides, and every now and then he muttered something under his breath. And there was a woman sitting across the aisle from him. Her eyes were fixated on the floor, gripping her purse tightly. She kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, like she was trying not to draw attention to herself, but couldn't help watching him. I took out one of my earbuds to get a better sense of what was happening. The man's muttering was getting louder, more agitated. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something about his tone that put me on edge. Suddenly he stopped pacing and turned to the woman. "You think I don't know what you did?" His voice was sharp and filled with accusation. The woman stiffened, her knuckles white as she clutched her purse. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said quietly, her voice trembling. The man took a step closer to her, his body tense. "You've been following me," he hissed. "I've seen you. You've been watching me for days." The whole bus seemed to hold its breath. No one moved, no one said anything. The driver kept his eyes on the road, either oblivious or too scared to intervene. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something wasn't right. The woman looked terrified, but the man wasn't listening. He kept accusing her of things, of spying on him, of working for someone else. His words didn't make sense, but the fear in his voice was real. Then, in one quick, fluid motion, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. The entire bus jolted with collective shock, but no one did anything. My body froze. I wanted to shout, to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. The woman gasped, backing up against the window, her eyes wide with panic. "Please," she whispered. "I don't know you. I haven't done anything." The man's hand shook as he pointed the blade at her. "Liar," he spat. "You're trying to ruin me. You think I don't know." I knew I had to do something. My mind raced, searching for options, but I was stuck in my seat, paralyzed with fear. The other passengers were just as frozen, all of us too scared to act. Just as I was about to force myself to stand up, someone else made the first move. A guy sitting near the front, a big guy, maybe mid-30s. He stood up and stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey man, let's all just calm down," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "No one's trying to hurt you. Put the knife away." The man with the knife spun around, eyes wild. "Stay out of this," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. And then everything happened at once. This woman made a sudden move, trying to dash past him towards the front of the bus. In an instant, the man lunged at her. Slashing wildly with the knife, she screamed, stumbling backwards, clutching her arm where he had cut her. Blood soaked through her sleeve. The big guy charged forward, trying to grab the man, but it was too late. In the chaos, the man turned and swung the knife again. This time, the blade was caught in the guy's stomach. I watched as he crumbled to the floor. Panic erupted on the bus, people screaming, rushing for the exits. The driver slammed on the brakes, the bus screeching to a halt in the middle of the street. I pushed my way to the back door, stumbling onto the pavement, gasping for air. Behind me, I could still hear the woman sobbing, the big guy groaning in pain. The man with the knife was shouting incoherently, his voice drowned out by the chaos around us. I ran. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, my hands shaking, my mind reeling. It wasn't until I reached safety, the safety of my apartment, that I realized I was covered in someone's blood. After following up with the police, they told me that the big guy had survived, but just barely. The woman had been stabbed too, though she'd escaped with only minor injuries. They arrested the man with the knife at the scene, but no one ever figured out what had set him off. I'm going to assume mental illness. He had no motive, no real reason for attacking that woman. It could have just as easily been me or anyone else there. It was horrifying, for everyone. In the year 2000, I drove to Toronto to catch a football game. I didn't have much money, and hotels in the city were way out of my budget. I figured I could just sleep in my car for the night, rather than drive the 3 hours back to my hometown. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Nothing too risky. People did it all the time, right? Plus, it was downtown Toronto, busy, well-lit. I remember thinking that, and what could possibly go wrong? After the game, I found a private parking lot tucked between two office buildings. It was quiet, almost deserted, and I liked that. No street noise, no people around, and the fee was cheap enough for me to justify sticking around. The whole place had an eerie vibe, though, the kind that makes you sort of second-guess yourself. I brushed it off, though. This was about as good as it was going to get. Absolutely better than a 3-hour drive. I parked near the back, far from the entrance, laid my seat down as far as I could go, wrapped up in my jacket, and stretched out. I tried to get some rest, and I sort of did. But around 3 a.m., I was startled awake by the sharp sound of breaking glass. It was loud, like someone had taken a baseball bat to a window nearby. My heart jumped in my throat. I sat up slowly, still half asleep. But then I heard more glass shattering, and this time closer. I peered out the side window, and that's when I saw them. A group of guys, maybe 6 or 7, they'd taken over the parking lot. They were laughing, yelling. I knew I'd parked far enough away from the other cars, but they were just smashing their way through anything they could get their hands on. I watched as one of them hurled a rock straight through the window of the parking lot's ticket booth. The glass exploded on impact, scattering across the pavement. I had that feeling of panic in my chest. They weren't just a couple of rowdy kids. This seemed like a gang, and they weren't messing around. They were going from car to car, smashing windows, kicking in doors, rummaging through whatever they could find. I didn't know what they were looking for. Money, electronics, drugs, who knew? But they were destroying everything in their path. That was clear. My car, an old beater that was practically falling apart, was parked not far from the middle of the lot. I thought maybe, just maybe, they would pass it over. After all, who would bother with a rusted-out hunk of junk like mine? But that hope quickly evaporated when I saw one of the guys, a tall one with a shaved head and a menacing look, point in my direction. My stomach dropped. Without thinking, I ducked down as low as I could, pulling an old hoodie and some clothes from the back seat over me like a makeshift blanket. My mind raced. If they found me, what would they do? There was no way I could fight off an entire gang, but I wasn't about to just sit there like a target. I tried to breathe slowly, quietly, but every sound outside seemed magnified. The crunch of glass under their boots, the clang of metal as they ripped into someone's car door. Though the lot was big, I could hear their voices now, clearer and closer than before. There were only a few cars away now. One of them laughed this high-pitched noise. It was kind of a manic laugh. It sent chills down my spine, but I stayed silent. Another guy was talking about teaching someone a lesson. I had no idea what they were talking about, but it didn't matter. I wasn't waiting around to find out. What if they looked inside my car? And what if they saw me? I imagined them finding me, yanking me out by the collar, and beating the life out of me right there. My brain was scrambling. I was trying to come up with a plan. Maybe I could pretend to be drunk or stoned, just completely out of it. Maybe they'd laugh and move on. But that didn't feel right. I had no idea how they'd really react. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. The guys were now right next to my car, their voices just outside. I could hear the jangle of metal. One of them must have been fiddling with something, maybe a crowbar or a knife. Every muscle in my body was tense at this point. waiting for the sound of my window shattering. That moment when everything would go from bad to worse. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the faintest hint of a siren in the distance. At first, I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind trying to trick me. But the gang must have heard it too, because their chatter stopped abruptly. There was a pause, a tense, eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. And then they bolted. The sound of their footsteps, heavy and fast, faded into the night as they scattered like the cockroaches I assumed they were. The siren grew louder, closer, and I dared to peek out from under the clothes, and they were gone. The lot was a wreck. Shattered windows, dented cars, debris everywhere. But the gang had vanished. I sat there still frozen, still trying to process what had just happened. The sirens finally reached the lot, and flashing red and blue lights reflected off the buildings. A police car pulled up, but by then, it was too late. The damage was done. I stayed hidden for a while longer, until the cops had done a quick sweep of the lot and moved on. When it felt safe enough, I slowly uncurled myself from my hiding spot. My muscles were stiff, aching, but even still, I didn't dare get out of the car, not until I saw daylight. When I finally drove away from that parking lot, I couldn't stop thinking about how close of a call it had been. If those sirens hadn't have come when they did, I don't know what might have happened. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. My husband, 2 daughters, dog, and I were camping in 2017. We live in a small city, big town with mountains all around us. So, at the least, we camp once a year, usually without a designated site. Our mountains aren't zoned down to specific or individual spots. This particular time, we pitched a tent in a spot just off the main canyon road. The dog's bed was placed right outside the sleeping section, within the front porch area of the tent, an additional zippered section that was open at this particular time. I'm always awake later than my family, and this night was no different. Middle of the night, at the time of this event, I was sitting inside my car. My dog suddenly starts barking relentlessly. While it didn't cause much alarm, as it's not completely out of the ordinary for him, I hopped out to silence him. Our children were only 5 and 1 at the time, so I reacted a bit more quickly to the volume than I would have otherwise. I made it to the tent within 6 to 8 steps and shushed my dog. I then turned my sight in the direction of his determination to see what he was so upset by, with our backs now on the tent's entrance. Directly in front of me, us, standing by the fire pit a mere 10 feet away, a black bear raised his head to make eye contact with me. I immediately froze, started loudly calling my deep sleeper husband's name, repeatedly, alternating his name with bear. Only then did I realize the guns were in the car. Fortunately, at the same moment, the bear turned and ran off. Our miniature dachshund thinks he's tough and barks accordingly, and unbelievably manages to scare off animals that he doesn't stand a chance fighting against. I gained 2 memories that night, including the show my husband gave me, a burned image of him flying out of the tent in only his underwear and boots, almost bare naked, if you will. In the 90s, I waited tables at a popular seafood restaurant. One day, my boss hired a new busboy named, swear to God, Petroni. Everyone called him Roni. Roni was from Chicago and was really a decent guy. He moved to our town because of a girl, and he'd got dumped 6 weeks later. Kind of a cliche story. But he was only 23. He didn't know better yet. He came into the restaurant just wanting to make enough money for a plane ticket home. He was only supposed to be there for a few weeks, tops. Then he met Trinity, a 44-year-old woman with a heavy drug addiction and a history of violence. Somehow they hit it off, and the next thing you know, Roni isn't in such a rush to get home. Suddenly, it's a year later, and they're living in a shotgun house downtown. Roni went from being a pothead to doing all the hard stuff with Trinity. They had to deal on the side just to support their habit, and they were always getting their lights turned off for not paying their bills. For a while, Ronnie's parents would send him money, but when they got suspicious about his drug usage, they cut him off. They still offered to buy him a plane ticket, but he couldn't have any more cash. I bought them dog food all the time just to make sure their puppy wasn't starving too. Trinity had been pretty bad off since she started working at the restaurant. We'd never seen a healthy version of her, but it was incredibly sad to watch Roni waste away, knowing how healthy and vibrant he'd been just a year before. Eventually, the inevitable happened. He got stabbed and told the police that it was a random mugging, but we always wondered if Trinity had stabbed him or if it was over a drug deal. No one was ever arrested, no surprise there. Thankfully, he survived, but he lost his gallbladder. That was the wake-up call he needed to go home. He flew back to Chicago as soon as he was well enough to travel, and we never heard from him again. No social media back then. In 2010, Trinity's body was found in a ditch. Her clothes were removed, and she'd been strangled. She was still working for the restaurant at the time, and a mutual friend told me that the police didn't come down to question any of them. When they asked about the investigation, they were told not to get their hopes up. Trinity was well known and greatly disliked by the police, so they never even put effort into finding her killer. Many years ago, my mom was working as a mental health nurse at an institution. She had a patient that was usually very lovely, and so one-to-one care was fine. One day, my mom took the patient for a bath. The phone rang on the ward. It was my gran. The nurse answered the phone and spoke to my gran, who told her that she had to talk to my mom. Now, when the ward nurse asked why, she said, "I don't know why I need to talk to her, but I really need to talk to her. Please go and get her." After a while of back and forth, the nurse gave in and went to get my mom to talk to my gran. When she entered the washroom, she saw the patient holding my mom's head under the water. It took 3 members of staff to get this woman off my mom. If my gran hadn't gotten the weird feeling that she had to speak to my mom immediately, my mom probably would have died. So, trust your gut. In 2007, I was at university, taking on more than a full course load, waiting tables, doing volunteer work, and generally exhausting myself to death. It was a Friday in March. I'd pulled an all-nighter the night before, and after finishing my afternoon classes, I decided to lie down for a quick rest before my shift at work. As I was lying there with my eyes closed, this vision flashed up behind my eyelids of a person hanging, and then someone lifting them up. It startled me to the point that I sat up out of bed, giving up on the idea of sleeping and deciding to get ready for work. A couple of hours later, I was waiting tables when a man came into the restaurant to see me. I'd never seen this man before, and when he walked into the front door of the restaurant, there was no indication that he was there for me, yet somehow, instinctively, this uncomfortable feeling started twisting around in my gut. As he spoke to my manager, a feeling of dread passed over me. How did I know they were talking about me? I couldn't hear them. They weren't looking at me. My manager sent me to talk to this unsettling stranger, and he gave me the news. My younger brother was dead. Before the man even explained how he died, I knew he had hanged himself. It had happened at the approximate time that I had that vision. I've never been able to fully make sense of it, but along with the other experiences in my life, I think it lends itself to the suggestion that we, as humans, as living beings, as part of the universe, are far more deeply connected than we observe in normal circumstances. When I was 20, my parents, who had divorced but were now living together, asked me to go on a weekend trip with them. I was amazed that my father would even ask. We weren't close. I barely spoke to him. He'd been physically abusive to my mom and my siblings, and especially me, my whole life. I ran away from home at 13, married at 16, so that I'd never be under his thumb again. Yet suddenly he wants to be cozy. My mom was sweet, but a weak woman. She never knew when to get out. This invitation came on the weekend of my 20th birthday. My dad was insistent that I go. I came up with all sorts of excuses. I had to work. My husband had to work. Dad was fine with the latter excuse. Said that just the three of us would be great. I knew that it was a rotten idea from the beginning. He'd get drunk, they'd fight. I'd be referee. No way. The more he pushed the idea, the worse I felt about it. I just knew something was wrong. I finally just said that there was no way that I'd go. We'd already made plans for my birthday party with friends, so they went alone. 2 days later, on my 20th birthday, the state police came to tell me that my parents were dead. My father had killed my mother, and then taken his own life. From a note that he had left, it was quite clear why he was so adamant that I come along. My instincts that day told me the trip was a bad idea, and yes, I was right. I told my mom after the divorce to never let him back into her life, but she always thought that he would change. Now I'm happily married to the love of my life, with an amazing grown son and grandchildren. I've had a lovely, full life filled with great times. Unfortunately, my siblings are all gone after failed marriages, drugs, and alcohol. They chose to be victims, spend their lives blaming our parents for all that's gone wrong in life, where I chose to learn and never make the mistakes that they did. Not sure if I'm editing this in the correct manner to add an afterthought, but here goes anyway. I'm surprised by the number of views and upvotes. Personally, I didn't think anyone would even care. I mean, it happened so long ago, and as the only survivor, I'm long over the whole thing, I guess. But at times, I do wonder if others out there experience the double murder or murder-suicide of parents and also survived relatively unscathed, or if because of the abuse I'm simply detached from the situation. Just something that I think about. I don't really know how to classify this story, but I know that whatever happened saved my daughter's life. We just moved into a new neighborhood with lots of kids much older than my daughter. Our house was on a busy street at the time, and the older kids would run back and forth playing across the street, not in the street, just switching sides often as they roamed. My daughter was 3 and I had a newborn as well. One day, the neighbor kids asked to come in, and my daughter begged, so I relented, and they ran about touring our house. No harm, but I wasn't used to this kind of thing. Then one of them said that they saw our cat run out the front door, described our cat as well. So with a newborn and a 3-year-old in tow, I began searching outside and calling her name. My daughter had wandered for just a moment while I was checking underneath cars, and as I went back toward our house, suddenly my hair stood on end and time slowed, and I heard a voice say, "Find your daughter now." And when I turned around, there was this giant moving truck coming down the street. I just knew that truck was the danger. I searched frantically, and then I hear, "Mommy," from across the street. She starts running at me with a big grin, and I screamed with every ounce of air that I had, her name followed by "Stop." I couldn't see whether she stopped or not. It felt like a year before the truck was done passing, but finally, I saw that she had stopped, about an inch away from the truck. I scooped her up, gave her a stern talking to about street safety, and cried as I was so traumatized by what had almost happened. So traumatized that we didn't play outside at all while we lived there. The parks, yes, but our yard, no. Luckily, we moved 1 year later to a much safer area. Oh, and the cat, by the way, was snoring on the couch. When I was 17, my dad was the manager of a movie theater, and I worked for him during my summer break. This was back in the 80s when people still got paper checks, and I would sometimes hand them out. During my first time doing this, I had one left over. It was for an old man that retired the previous week, and he had had some health problems, so Dad asked me to run it by the guy's house to save him the bus trip. It got me off work a little early, and he lived close by, so that was fine with me. I got there and knocked on each door for a solid 5 minutes, but no one answered. I had to drive back up the road to call my dad from a payphone, just to ask if I could leave it in the mailbox instead. He didn't like that idea very much and insisted that the man was definitely home, but probably asleep. I really wasn't happy about the prospect of knocking on this guy's windows, but my dad is a hard man to argue with. So I hurried back to get it over with. I tried the doors again first, just in case, but still had no luck, made my way to the backyard. Upon identifying the window supposedly belonging to the bedroom, I pressed my face to the glass and began tapping lightly, but stopped abruptly when 2 cats bolted away at the sound. They had been crouched over something, but it took a moment for my eyes to recognize the bulky shape on the floor as a person. I could only see him from the waist down. He wasn't moving. Thinking he must have fallen recently, I tried the window, and it opened easily beneath my hands. That's when the smell hit me. There's nothing in the world like it. It's kind of sweet, but rotten at the same time. And I mean sweet in the worst way possible, for sure. Using my shirt to cover my mouth and nose, I stuck my head in just far enough to confirm what I already knew. The old man was dead. But not only that, the cats had begun eating away at his face. His lips, nose, and ears, they'd been gnawed away to the bone. I couldn't get away fast enough. Slamming the window shut, I raced back to the payphone to call the police, and then my dad. He got there a few minutes after the ambulance, and I went home. I had seen and smelled more than enough for a lifetime. We later learned that the man died of a stroke, either the same night or the morning after his retirement gathering, so he'd been there for a solid 6 days. His cats had one of those automatic feeders and water bowls, so they probably had food for the first couple of days, but once they ran out, well, I had nightmares that whole summer, and even though it's been nearly 40 years now, I still remember that smell and the look of his disfigured face like it was yesterday. I'll tell you what, though, Dad never sent me to another employee's house again, and these days, I don't show up anywhere without calling first. I guess I'm just gonna dive straight into this one. At 10, my grandmother took me away from my mother because both of my parents were addicts. They'd split up and gotten back together a few times when I was younger, but Dad spent most of my life in prison, and now that he's out, his brain is so fried that he doesn't even remember who I am. My mom married another addict, and they actually got sober when I was about 16. Her husband stayed clean, but she fell off the wagon after about 6 months. My entire adult life consisted of her getting sober to con her way into my life and then robbing me blind before disappearing again. I fell for it every time, but I'm not going to make excuses. I was just naive. Well, now I'm 30, and I just had to scatter her ashes at her favorite lake. Back in December, she got pneumonia, and thanks to a lifetime of heavy drug abuse, her immune system was completely shot. Her health declined rapidly, and it was soon clear she wasn't going to make it. Eventually, she fell into a coma, and it was left on me to end her life support. As difficult as that was, everything was made so much worse by the fact that I was completely alone for the entire process. My mom burned every bridge she'd ever made. Even her sister refused to come. The confession happened just a few hours before she slipped into a coma. She was telling me how sorry she was for everything, all the usual stuff. Then she got really serious and straight up admitted, "I killed that girl in '96. I knew what she was talking about right away. My parents would often get back together for a short period of time when Dad got out of jail, but this incident was the last time they ever spoke. I don't personally remember many parts of it, but I've grown up hearing the story and accusations from all sides. It had a big impact on our lives. Somehow, Mom found out that Dad was seeing another woman, someone that they were partying with and buying drugs from. She got him really drunk and high before confronting him, so it turned into a huge fight during which Dad said that he was going to leave her for the other woman. I'll just call her Vicky. It didn't take long for the fight to turn physical. Dad broke Mom's nose, and she hit him with something right back. It ended with both of them bleeding, but Dad was also unconscious. Mom drove to Vicky's house and pretended like she wanted to buy more drugs and hang out. They took turns shooting each other up, but my mom gave her way too much. Vicky immediately knew what happened, but by then it was already too late. Mom stayed and laughed at the woman while she went into convulsions and passed away. Then she drove home and went to bed. The next morning, Dad woke up alone on the couch, right where he had passed out, and remembered enough of the night and the fight to know he needed to warn Vicky. Mom was asleep, so he wasn't too worried yet. First, he tried to call Vicky, but she didn't answer. He decided to drive over. It was when he actually got into the car that he noticed the seat had been moved and began to get nervous. Then he got to her house and found the door unlocked. That's when he knew. As a rule, drug dealers don't generally leave their doors unlocked. Sure enough, Vicky was dead. He told paramedics and the police that he thought it was murder, but they knew exactly who he and the woman were. It was ruled an accidental overdose, with essentially no investigation. And that was the end of it. But Dad told everyone who would listen that Mom murdered Vicky. Mom, of course, denied everything and said that Dad was out of his mind. I always knew my mom was a bad person, but I never believed she was a murderer until I heard it from her own mouth. For so many years, she tried to gaslight Dad into thinking he was crazy, but all that time, she actually was guilty. I wish I would have listened. His drug use got so much worse after that. It was only a few months later that he went away on a 15-year sentence. And now, he doesn't even remember who Mom was, let alone Vicky. So yeah, that's my deathbed confession story. Thank you for sharing it. It's amazing how much this kind of stuff actually happens when drugs are involved. But it's just another prime example of why you should never try meth. Not even once. Let's roll back to 2013. It's winter in Florida, and to surprise my college roommate before we decide to go our separate ways, I get us tickets to see a concert in Miami, one that we've been anxious to see for a while. The drive was pretty awful, hundreds of miles from our home base in Orlando, but we were both so very excited to see the show. We'd made countless trips from Orlando to Palm Beach, so we weren't worried about anything. Just a fun few days away from home. The concert was great, if anyone was wondering. Highly recommend Distant Worlds if you're on the fence. Regardless, we decided to stay with my aunt and uncle in Pembroke Pines for a night before making the drive home in the morning. So we drag our exhausted selves into the house and go lay down. I felt fine for the most part. Then I started coughing. Apparently, I annoyed my aunt, since she dropped a cough drop onto the corner of the bed that I was using. That night, I had to prop myself up in order to get any sleep. Not a huge deal, just a bit of a cough. I figured maybe I caught a cold from the concert goers, but man, that was fast. Moving on, we make the drive home. My chest didn't bother me for the drive back, but the second that I went to lay down, and damn, the cough was back. Figures. I had the weekend off from work, so I wasn't terribly worried. I was more annoyed than anything else. So the plan was to wait until Monday and reassess. Monday rolls around, though, and it's much worse. I couldn't get any sleep. Every time I leaned back, I started dry hacking again. I called out of work since at the time I was a call center jockey and was thoroughly hoarse. I decided that it was time to see a doctor. The evaluation comes and goes. It's determined that I just have a cold. Blessed be. Time for some classic antibiotics and to get an old shot of steroids to get me back on my feet. Only, it doesn't go away. It doesn't get better. In fact, it gets much worse. Over the course of that week, it went from lying down coughing to even sitting down. I wasn't running any fever. I was just miserable. I was getting no sleep and so frustrated over all of it. On top of it, it felt like I was dry. I just needed to lay in a bathtub at all times. I can't explain that part, though. But another half a week passes. I'm sitting up on the couch and dropping in and out of consciousness. I think to myself, I can't breathe. I can't talk without coughing. I can't stand without fainting. I'm weak. I need help. I'd fallen the day before and hit my head against the table. I'd only been able to stand for 20 seconds before nearly blacking out. My roommate convinces me to go to the hospital. At the ER, I check myself in and nearly black out when typing in my social security number. I'm wheezing and coughing. At the triage, they're telling me to slow my breathing. I hadn't even noticed that my cough had changed to short, light gasps for air for about a week. I try, but I start coughing. It hurts so bad to cough at this point, and I begin to feel lightheaded. They move me to a gurney, and I see 5 doctors swarming me as my vision swims. Of course, I'm laying down, so I can't stop coughing. I start begging them to let me sit up, but they keep pushing me down. It's miserable. They have to do their checks, though, so I do my best to not death rattle too much at them. I feel strangely light and heavy at the same time. Everything looked very blurry, and this is just the beginning of my stay. Long story short, my lungs were both 96% full of fluid. I was put into quarantine. I stayed in the hospital for about a month. I was on life support for a while. They put me in the ICU. My heart had so much fluid around it that the doctor was surprised it still worked. I had a severe arrhythmia. To this day, I have liver issues. I suspect the infection hit it somehow and caused some problems. I believe I was diagnosed with double pneumonia until they figured out what the hell was in my body. The chaplain came by, asked me to tell him my last thoughts and wishes. I had no idea what a chaplain was, so we ended up just talking about video games for 3 hours. He was very nice to me, and I enjoyed his long daily visits. I hadn't realized how close to death I actually was, though, so it took some of the burden off the situation for me. I spent Christmas and my birthday on death's door, but the hospital ladies gave me some towels, rubber bands, and rubber gloves, all to make a Christmas tree for my table. One fun fact, I did get the nurse to do a wheelie in my wheelchair once. Anyway, it was confirmed to be anthrax spores in my lungs from a bronchoscopy. And that's the condensed story of how I almost died of anthrax, because I'm extremely stubborn. And honestly, it didn't feel that bad since it was so gradual. So, I'll end this by asking, did you know that anthrax is able to be contracted naturally? Because I sure didn't. So yeah, that's the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I was 13 years old. I'd been attacked in a school playground by a vicious Doberman, let loose by some stupid kids. The dog tore a hole in my hamstring and tendon, so my dad decided that we should go to the ER. As we arrive, we can hear some kind of two-way radio with a voice saying there was a bad accident and 2 people were coming into the ER. I was taken back and told to lay prone on the exam table. The staff were scurrying around, preparing for the arrivals. The doctor came over, injected me with a numbing agent, and started to stitch my torn hamstring together. Suddenly, with a bang, the ER doors fly open, and I can see one person being transferred and wheeled into a space next to me. The doctor made his apologies and ran over to help him. I couldn't make out the gender because the amount of blood. Wasn't even sure there was a head. I couldn't even tell where the head was supposed to be. For the next 30 minutes, they worked on this poor soul, with CPR, trying to shock him to life. The curtain was not pulled across, and I witnessed the whole gruesome mess. I could smell burning flesh. After some time, I heard the eerie tone of a flatline, just like in the movies. Mind you, I'm 13, but my mom was a nurse. I'd seen quite a bit for a kid. Still, I was horrified. There was a fresh, dead person next to me. The doctor and nurses received the next patient and worked on them with success in the space to my right. I think they lived. With a sigh, he returned to me and noticed that I could see everything, including the dead body just feet away from me. Oh, geez. He pulled the curtain across to block the view. Is that guy dead? I asked. Yep, damn it he is. He didn't wear a seatbelt, and this is what happens. After pulling his bloody gown and gloves off, he slowly washed his hands in silence, walked over to me. At least I can fix you. My dad asked how it went in the ER, and I told him I just wanted to go home. Up until this moment, I hadn't really experienced a lot of death, but unfortunately, I've killed a man. My boyfriend wanted a steam cleaner, and I wanted to pick up a few things from Walmart. It was around 8 p.m. when I departed. Little did I know, this would be the biggest mistake of my 22 years of living. I arrived at Walmart safely. I picked up the steam cleaner and a few other silly items, home decor, cleaning supplies, etc. After checking out, I headed home. My drive went smoothly, up until I was a block away from home. It was around 9:45 p.m. at this time, and I was literally just thinking, I almost made it home. I was traveling around 35, 40 miles an hour. The streetlights are very dim on this road, and at night, you can rarely see what's in front of you. I see a red car parked on the opposite side of the road, but since this road is very scenic during the day, I really didn't think too much of it. And that's when I heard the horrifying thud. Ba-dunk, ba-dunk, ba-dunk. I slammed on my brakes. As soon as I opened the door, I hear the blood-curdling screams. A man is running towards my SUV, which I later find out that it's his son. He rips his tank top off. He starts calling me a bitch, informs me that I just killed his dad. His brother followed. I immediately start screaming. I still couldn't see the father. I ran up to the red car, and his 2 sons start to hug me and inform me, "Ma'am, you didn't do anything wrong. There was a family altercation, and he wanted to die. We called an ambulance for him to get some help." I'm still screaming as they explain this. I come upon his body, sitting in a pool of blood. Within minutes, a policeman pulls up. He immediately starts rendering aid. Minutes later, an ambulance pulls up. I'm still in shock. They started to do CPR, Before putting his barely alive body in the ambulance, he was life-flighted to a local hospital. It turns out that his body was laying between the two streetlights, and from his chest up was laying in my lane, face down, wearing a black sweatshirt against black pavement. He told his ex-wife, who was at the scene, that he wanted to kill himself because she did not want him back. I wonder why the ex-wife wouldn't put her car in front of the body. I wonder why the two sons couldn't seem to move him from my lane. I wonder why it had to have been me. The man was pronounced dead upon arrival. I'm 22 years old. What could I have done that was so wrong that I deserve to live with that for the rest of my life? I'll never stop replaying the horrifying sound from running the man's body over, the blood-curdling shrieks, the image of the man laying in a pool of his own blood. I don't know if I'll ever be able to live with myself. I've shared this story before, and believe it or not, it was taken humorously. I may not go as far as calling you a bad person for laughing, but I can assure you, it's not a funny story. It's actually a story so traumatic that I can remember odd and every detail, and I was 7 years old when it happened. My bus stop was on a road that makes a super tight L shape. That's where me and the other kids from Deer Lake Elementary waited for the bus to pick us up in the morning. The bus stop area was designated by a big boulder on the side of the road in the grass, right at the elbow of the turn. After, it's another long road that branches off to different parts of the town, neighborhoods, and the school. If you go down even further, there's a graveyard at the end of it. A funeral procession was driving by one morning. Me and my friends see the hearse driving at us relatively fast. So all of us hop off the boulder and walk a couple of feet out of the way of the approaching hearse. The thing tries turning too late and hits the boulder head on. It was only going 20 at most, but it was enough to eject the casket out the back of the hearse. When it smacks onto the ground, both its doors pop open, and we get to see the peaceful old man resting in his casket slide past us. Problem is, coming up behind the hearse was the rest of the funeral attendees. First one's a blue Toyota truck with big tires. The guy driving doesn't see what happened from his vantage point. He knows how to take the turn, but he doesn't see the casket. He did feel the truck lift up a little bit on the front passenger side tire as it actually rolls into the open casket. The whole thing made a snap, snap, as the wooden walls at the top of the casket was crushed under the truck, dropping it back down from its tilt. The driver was confused. I think he thought that he hit one of us bus stop kids because he immediately looked out his window at us with a, "Huh?" face. Then he hopped out and walked to the front of his truck and saw his tire inside the casket, flattening the upper half of the body like a pancake. He's like, "Oh no," and jumps back into the truck, throwing it into reverse and hitting the gas with enough torque to shoot the casket forward, out from under the body, spinning it around on concrete until it stopped in an Egyptian-looking pose. That's when me and my friends all went fucking nuts and ran home to our houses. From crash to pose, this whole thing lasted 12, 13 seconds at most, but I don't think I'll ever get the gross, flat-top corpse sliding around out of my core memories. Yuck and sad, really sad for the family. I'm sure they also didn't want that to happen. It was late, probably too late to be out. I was headed home from work after a long shift, tired and ready to collapse into bed. The bus stop was a few blocks away, but something felt different that night. The streets were unusually quiet. In the air, it was an unsettling stillness. It sort of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I chalked it up to a cool breeze. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the sidewalk was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just a chill in the air. As I approached the intersection, I spotted the familiar shortcut that I always took to the bus stop. A narrow alley, quicker and more direct. I'd walked through it countless times, but tonight, my feet stopped. I don't know why, but every instinct in me screamed, "Don't go in." I hesitated, standing on the sidewalk, staring into the dark, empty alley. It was silly, I told myself, just nerves. But the feeling grew stronger. I felt this weight pressing on me, a sense of dread creeping in. My heart was racing, and my gut twisted painfully. I turned away. Instead, I took the long way, sticking to the main road where the streetlights flickered dimly overhead. The entire walk home, I couldn't shake this tension in my chest, as if I'd narrowly avoided something terrible. The next morning, I woke to the news. A woman had been attacked in that very alleyway, around the same time I would have been walking through it. They found her unconscious, but alive, barely. I was all too aware how easily that could have been me. I still get chills when I think about how close I came and how for some reason I listened to that voice in my head that told me to turn around. I'll never ignore my gut again. As a member of my agency's dive team, I was called upon to search an abandoned rock quarry during a missing person investigation. The victim had been reported missing by his wife, and a 6-month investigation by the detective assigned to the case had yielded no clues as to his whereabouts. After only 10 to 15 minutes of searching, I located the victim's vehicle at the bottom of a quarry, in about 35 feet of water. I was unable to determine whether or not the victim's body was in the vehicle. This was due to the roof of the vehicle being smashed and the vehicle being upside down. At this point, we marked the vehicle's location on the bottom with a buoy and called for a wrecker to winch the vehicle out of the water. Once the wrecker arrived on scene, we rigged the vehicle with cables, and the wrecker began to pull the vehicle out of the water. As soon as the air bubbles that had been trapped in the car reached the surface, we knew the victim was in the vehicle. The smell was absolutely horrid. I'd never in my life smelled something that horrible. I can only describe it as a combination of rotting human flesh, fish, and swamp. The detective on scene began to retch and dry heave. The wrecker driver lost his lunch, and a state trooper nearly passed out. It was that awful. Once we had the vehicle out of the water, we were met with a ghastly sight. The victim was still in the driver's seat with his seatbelt on. His body was bloated and had a green and black mottled appearance. The body was in terrible shape from its 6 months in the water. We were unable to pull the body out of the car because every time we tried, the skin slipped off the bone and tore off in chunks. After some serious thought, we decided to have the local rescue squad cut the roof and the doors off the vehicle to allow us better access to the body. We were finally able to get the victim into a body bag, mostly intact. I was able to decontaminate and shower on scene using the shower in our mobile command center. When I arrived home after leaving the scene, my wife immediately put her hand over her mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is that awful smell?" So, once again, I showered and spent plenty of time scrubbing. This was definitely the worst smell I've ever encountered in 14 years as an emergency responder. It was determined that the victim had gone into the quarry to sit in his vehicle and smoke crack. Somehow he mistakenly hit the accelerator sending the vehicle into the quarry, thus ending his life.